workouts and get into top shape, because now they have to play all afternoon, and to be able to play well you have to be strong. See you in the playing hall. Greetings and welcome to the 5th round of the Women's Grand Prix here in the Hilton Nicosia of Cyprus. We've crossed the equator and there are two leaders of the tournament, Zuzina and Anna Muzychuk. Now this game today is going to be a key game for the tournament because Zuzina plays against Aleksandra Goryachkina, who is trailing the leaders by half a point. If she's able to win, she'll be on track to win the tournament. Now enjoy the afternoon, have a good afternoon of chess with our fantastic commentators Alik and Anastasiya. Off to you guys.
Round of the 4th Women's Grand Prix tournament here in Cyprus, in Nicosia. I'm Women Grandmaster Anastasiya Karlovich, and I'm very happy to be here once again with Grandmaster Alik Gershon. Hello, Alik. How is your mood today?
Great. The mood is fantastic. After yesterday, 4 wins, and
of course, we are going to have probably one more exciting round.
I'm really counting on it, and you know, we are getting into the really final stages of, well, decisive stages of the tournament. So
I think the middle of the tournament is really important, right? So what do you mean that it's 5th round and it's like very important to show that you're still fighting for the first places, right? If you have any ambitions in this event. Like, so this, especially before the free day, you would like to finish this round on a good note, right? Not to lose, definitely. And of course, I'm looking forward to understand what will happen.
Some players, there are, you know, the usual suspects. They're already in the playing venue. We see Aleksandra Goryachkina. She usually comes like 10-15 minutes before the round to sit at the table. And we see our operator there. There is our main and our chief arbiter. Also, so. Anastasiya, today we will have some very important games for the overall standings.
So too, because the leaders are also playing with those who are also like on the 2nd place. Let's have a look and find out who will be playing against each other in the round 5. Divya is going to play against Nana Dzagnidze, and we know Nana managed to win her game yesterday, so she's on 50% right now. It wasn't a very successful round for Divya, but she was fighting until the end against Anna Muzychuk. Stavroula Tsolakidou is facing Anna Muzychuk, and we know that Anna Muzychuk is one of the leaders of the tournament, but Stavroula also is on the 2nd place.
Half a point behind, right? Or is she?
She lost the game yesterday, okay, so she's also on 50%. But you know, we had this feeling that she was fighting from the very beginning because she was one of the leaders in the previous games. And Jiner is playing against Aleksandra Goryachkina.
Another very important game today because
Jiner shares 1st place and Goryachkina shares the 3rd place in the tournament. Olga Badelka will play against Mariya Muzychuk, and Elisabeth Paehtz will play with Harika Dronavalli. Now that we see the leader of the tournament, one of them, Jiner and Aleksandra Goryachkina on our screens. Round is about to start. I think we'll just have a couple of minutes before the beginning. Jiner plays with white pieces. I think it's, especially considering the fact that yesterday white won 4 games. I mean, you definitely, in this tournament at least, it's very clear that white pieces, like you would prefer to play with white. I think the statistics is on the side of white.
But there is also this concept of known reversion to the mean, right? So we will not put too much emphasis on white pieces, although of course it does give you a lot of, well, not a lot of, but it does give you some advantages to start the game.
Let's have a look to the standings just before the round starts. We mentioned already a couple of times who is leading in the tournament, but it's great to check it once again. Just the leaders, Zhuzhiner and Anna Muzychuk, they have like 3 points, right, after the round 4. And also we can see all the other places. So let's go back to the playing venue because the round is about to start. It was very fast. We can also see the official photographer, Mark Lifshitz, who is taking fantastic photos of all players. And if you would like to check those photos, you can always go to check them on the FIDE website.
Absolutely, and the tension is rising, right? The closer we are getting to the final rounds, to the finish line, the tension is rising, and now I think we already start. The players start making some Grand Prix calculations along the way. For instance, for Goryachkina, it's very important already to see if she's to make some strategy for the final rounds, because she wants to be in the top 5, in the top 2, sorry, or 3, and that means that she will not. She will probably want to make as little risk as possible.
I think so, but today's game is very important as she plays against the leader of the tournament. But I really like this. Look at this. Like before, we had Mariya Muzychuk and Olga Badelka on our screens, and both of them they had white clothes. And now we switched to Anna Muzychuk and Tsolakidou Stavroula, and they have like dark clothes. Like it's really nice to see them like simultaneously wearing similar.
You know, when speaking about superstitions, when I used to play in my younger days, I would dress up in some bright clothes for the white pieces and darker clothes for the dark pieces,
really?
for the black pieces. Yeah.
At least you were changing. It's important.
That was important. I was changing. Yeah.
Yes, you know, because some players they think they believe in these lucky T-shirts or some lucky stuff, and so they would keep wearing it until the end of the tournament. Hopefully, I heard also some top players they had like same shorts, like 7 of them or 9 of them, just to change every day.
Yeah, there would be, and some players wouldn't shave if they kept winning and scoring. So there is a lot, but I think any sportsman they do that, because I think it's one of the ways to cope with the pressure, right? Because it gives you some relaxation, that knowing you're going through your routine, and although even if you don't believe in it, I mean, you're still. And it's so nice, yeah. Just a very sharp change of subject. It's so nice to see the players laughing and smiling in a good mood.
Yeah, maybe it's a kind of a delay or what. I mean, or still they have just some amount of time to chat a little bit, which always great to see players in a good mood before the round. I had the chance again to speak with Anna Muzychuk during the breakfast. It's like our usual chat, and find out about what happened in the previous game. And she actually told me that she thought that Black will be fine in that after the opening, same as we discussed with you, Alik. And she confirmed that she thought that Divya had no any trouble, but she was even surprised by herself that after this F6 move and later after her maneuver with the knight, she finally started to feel that something is happening and white can fight for the advantage. So it's always nice to have this opportunity to chat with players and learn some insights. And I'm always trying to take advantage of it if players are in the mood, right? So we just saw the handshake. And
after 2 wins in a row, she is in the mood, yes?
Yeah, she is in the mood to talk a little bit, to chat a little bit about it. And the handshake was between Stavroula, Tsolakidou and Dana Muzychuk. We can see d4 and knight f6 already on the board. Round 5 has officially started.
Great, very interesting. So we might as well start with this game between Stavroula and Anna, and we see that d4, knight f6 was played very quickly. c4, I think, is on the board, if I'm not mistaken.
C4
yes, c4, e6. It can go into a Nimzo Indian or a Nimzovich. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, everything is still possible. Yes,
Yeah.
all possible variations are.
Very, very solid. And even Queen's Gambit, if we play d5 with black, and I think this is exactly what is going on.
Can be even c5, but okay, I don't think it's the case. Knight of3.
No, she played d5, and
D5.
it's actually a tricky move order, because by playing like that, black forces, well, not forces, but black wants to get white to play knight f3, and thus avoiding the Carlsbad variation, which is with the knight on being on still on g1 and the knight on c3, white manages to get a more pleasant version of the Carlsbad variation.
So she avoids some lines, definitely.
And by this move order, exactly, she managed to avoid the lines, and this is nowadays a very topical opening for black, trying to equalize as fast as possible. One of the main lines here is that if white takes the pawn, black takes on d4. And it's actually a pawn sacrifice, because white can take the pawn, win a pawn immediately, but then, as we discussed many times before, you want to develop your pieces in the opening, and not so much to
care about the material.
Exactly. You care less about the material, and you know, to take this pawn, white had to make 3 moves with the queen, and black in the meantime managed to develop her pieces. So that would give black a nice compensation for the pawn.
Exactly. So I think they avoided this scenario, and she played move e3.
Yeah.
Just to stabilize the center, and waits for the answer of I think knight c6. Yes,
Knight c6 is played, yeah, and this is one of the main ways to play with black now for equality, and it will be interesting to see how they
develop. Yes, in this line.
Shall we go to our other leader?
Yes, so
Jiner.
And it's different story. We can see that e4, c5, e5 was played, and Jacobiano, yes, so Italian is on the board. Yes, the Italian is on the board. One of the main lines with c3.
I'm actually curious if we will see sometimes people reverting to this
Evans Gambit.
to the Evans Gambit. Even Gary played it against Viswanathan a few years ago. Well, it's many years ago nowadays.
Since I remember there was this post recently that it's already like 20 years that Gary didn't play chess, finished to play chess officially. I mean, like as professional player, we remember this last game against Veselin Topalov back in 2005. So the date was just like few days ago. That imagine 20 years already passed. I remember that moment. I'm sorry to say that. I even remember when he decided to retire from chess. By the way, just because you mentioned Gary, I remembered, and I would like to send all our viewers to check the Instagram account, because it's a funny video of Tsolakidou Stavroula, who is like choosing which player is the best for her. And she's proposed to choose between many world champions, and you can check it out and find out whom she actually
no spoilers. Yeah.
preferred to.
Interesting.
Like, who is her favorite player? Let's put it this way. And nevertheless, it's clearly this line is so funny. I mean, like this opening, there are so many different nuances, right, on each move, like hundreds of lines and variations, and like you can study forever this opening and still forget something very easily.
There are so many nuances, and many of them are circling around this pin along the h4 d8 diagonal, because it's very interesting. So, for instance, white doesn't want to play, or not really doesn't want to play, but black wants to have an option to play bishop e7. If we pin the knight, black wants to be able to protect against the pin, right? This is one way.
Yes.
White, on the other hand, in knowing that, is waiting for black to close this diagonal and only then to play bishop g5.
It's a nice.
This is point number 2,
yes.
but it's not all. if we don't have the bishop to go back to e7, the way we want to kick the bishop white to solve the issue of to solve the issue of the pin is by playing h6, forcing the bishop to h4, and by playing then g5. But there's another thing. So, of course, we usually want to do that without castling, but even if we do it with castling, again, having closed this diagonal and not being able to help ourselves against the pin, g5 might run into this interesting piece sacrifice, because now it turns out that the pin is it's very hard for black to unpin.
Yeah, because bishop cannot go back, right?
Exactly. The bishop cannot go back, and the queen cannot unpin itself, because queen e7, the square on e6 is also under attack. Of course, here it doesn't really work because we have
nice bishop f2 sacrifices.
No, we don't. Right? We
if
don't
you
have.
take,
oh yeah, we do. Yeah, this check.
But I can take with queen.
You
yes,
take with the.
What
yeah,
happens after?
And we are a pawn down, not so good, right?
Yeah, but at least I mean.
So.
Not piece down.
Not a piece down. Yeah, but anyway, so this is, and it circles around those ideas, those lines, and there are many theoretical lines where even after, let's say, castle, many times black will play g5. White will sacrifice the piece, and black can try to hold it, and then it's really a matter of who is more successful, white in trying to finalize the initiative, or black will hold and then will be just a piece up. So
yeah, exactly. So it's like it's a bit tricky situation. What also I know about these positions that, for example, after move like h6, bishop h4, well, probably white still not castling here, because the moment you castle, then maybe g5 will be possible, if not immediately, but maybe after rook g8 or something like that. So like black sometimes is waiting for this moment to see if he can create an attack on the king's side. Like especially in blitz, it can be really unpleasant, right?
Absolutely,
for white.
yes.
So perhaps because of that, like white decided to play first a4 and just kind of wait for black to do the castling and then to follow up with castling as well.
A little bit of a staring game, yeah? Who blinks first? Yeah?
Exactly, yes. So, I mean, it's always interesting to check, and there are many also options. There were many options before, like a6 instead of a5, so some players prefer to play with pawn on a6. Some players just try to get some space by playing a5 and preventing move before. So that's a possibility as well. Yes, bishop usually hides on a7 because there were some options with d4 at certain point for white, not maybe this position, but somewhere later. So black prefers to keep the bishop a bit far from all this action. So interesting fight is ahead.
And definitely. As you said, exactly, if black manages to play g5 and not get crushed there, then the knight can go to g6, f4, right? The other knight can go to f4 as well. It's a very dynamic position. White, on the other hand, will bring her knight to e3, and as you said, maybe castle, maybe not. We will see about that.
Also, black at a certain point can push d5 or maybe bring the bishop to e6 and exchange the bishop. So there are many plans, and I mean, good luck remembering at which point, which move you have to make. Yes, like bishop e6 now, bishop e6 later, or like maybe everything is possible. Like all the moves can work, and you just choose between them, right? So, but I played this position for white and for black, and yeah, I mean, it's always an issue. I prefer to play it for black, actually. I don't know, Alik, have you ever played this?
I played it a lot with white, and I cannot say I loved playing it, but I've had some very nice games. For instance, as early as 1994, I did have the opportunity to sacrifice the piece here, and I won a very important game in the World Championship, in one of the World Championships, which eventually, actually, I
So you
managed
see, you also
to win
sacrifice pieces, right?
I was way ahead of the current theory, yeah.
It's nice. Yes. So it's great that we know a little bit the ideas in this opening, and looking forward to see what players have in mind, what the preparation
Queen
they had.
e7 was played.
So-
And by the way, and we
Queen
could see
e7.
that Aleksandra is spending some time, and Juzhiner is playing extremely fast. So she is still in her book. She has more time than she started with due to the increment.
Yes, have 30 seconds per move.
And she is really blitzing out the moves. And you know, I wanted to talk to you about how do you feel when you don't exactly know the position and your opponent just blitzes out
The
her
moves, yes.
preparation?
Normally, I don't feel that comfortable, but all my life I didn't know the opening so well. So I just kind of I got used to struggle in the opening. For me, the opening phase was like just you need to survive and get to the middle game. So most of the times, of course, not every time, but sometimes I really had to. But I was prepared. You know, when you have this problem, you kind of first of all you think from the first moves, so you're getting into the game very quickly, and secondly you kind of you know your goal. Yes, you need to survive. You look for opportunities, and that's it. Or if you are on the other side and King's Gambit happened, you always check for the opportunity to win very quickly this game because it's always dynamic. There is always mate somewhere there. So this was my approach. Maybe not the good one, and it could work many years ago. It's definitely not the case these days. Now you have to be really prepared because, and I think I would be prepared better now with all these new technologies which you have in your hands. You just need to have a really good memory. That's the only thing, yes, which is required.
And to go over your analysis 5 minutes before the game,
yes,
better, right? Because
it's the best would be, yes. If you can afford it too, it's also great. Alik, what about you? Like, imagine you are.
We are from the same school. We established it. We had the same problems. Yeah. So it's
Yes. No, but you know, I was thinking about it because, like, I have some students also, and they are asking, like, what to do in the situation when you struggling in the opening. Like, yes, you know that you got worse position, and like, I mean, yes, now we check the games in the top level, but what if how many millions of games are played every day on different websites, and people have different problems, different issues, like you don't know the theory, you got into the worst position. So there are some recommendations in this kind of cases, like what would you recommend for those who are in trouble, sometimes gets in trouble from, and like what psychology you should have?
don't get in trouble. I'm kidding. It's actually it's not easy when you run into some preparation. So you want to, I would say that my strategy would be to make some sensible moves, but try to deviate from the main lines because then you are in a very big disadvantage, right? And that's what I wanted to tell you. So sometimes, you know, if your opponent is in a preparation and then suddenly he or she starts thinking, you don't know whether you should be happy or not, right? On the one hand, they're out of the book, so it's good, but then it probably means that you didn't place the best move that they were ready for.
In the position, yes, maybe some sidelines you choose. But I would say that, for example, if you feel that you're in trouble, then it's important. Some advices would be like to exchange some pieces, so somehow minimize the chances for attack from the other side. Try to, finish your development no matter what. Maybe sometimes sacrifice a pawn in order to finish your development. Maybe exchange queens so your opponent has this very strong piece to attack your king. I mean, these are advices, let's say, for maybe like club level players. Yeah. But even, for example, like in the game yesterday between Olga, Badelka and Harika, when you were out of the book, she had to play definitely this game without any prep, right? Yeah. So these advices are still working, even sometimes on the top level, just it's not that often.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe our viewers have their own tricks, so please share with us what you do normally.
In the chat, yeah.
Yes, what you do. So coming back to the game.
So just one last word and we'll go to the other game. So we see that indeed, as you said, Black did not castle, and that allowed her to play g5, and this is actually what Black really wants to get, right? She wants to play g5 before castling, and being able to start and create some play on the king side.
Can I also castle long?
I think
Sometimes.
I think eventually you will have
Maybe
to.
if you see that your attack is faster than white's attack, maybe you have some ideas like maybe castle or just keep the king for the moment in the center and not really make a decision right now. So I had a feeling when she played this queen e7 because I had some games like that, you know, that I would wait until the opponent makes castling, because actually I think at the moment Zhuzhiner decided to go for the short castling, she didn't really have any useful move at this moment, so probably she had to go for it and check what's going on. This move, bishop b5,
Bishop
the last
b5, but
move.
she's still playing very fast, so it looks like she is still in her prep. So
The idea of this move, I'm just trying to get, like, why do you move this bishop from c4, where usually, like, you enjoy to stay there and put some pressure, let's say,
I
on
think it
f7.
has to do with black's last move.
Knight d7 was played, yes.
Knight d7 was played, and perhaps black wants. What does black want with knight d7? Knight d7 actually, it's a move that kind of took me by surprise as well, because I would expect the knight to go to the other side.
Maybe not immediately, because there are some ideas like knight e5 or something like that.
Probably,
yes.
yeah, it should be.
I'm not sure.
Said,
Yes.
but it's not sure, right? Because
Yes. I'm not sure, but just I'm thinking. Yes, this is very normal. Knight e5.
knight e5 we have to take here because this is a game over,
little bit
right?
unpleasant, yes.
Unpleasant.
Okay, good point.
But also, you know, after knight takes e5, we have.
Knight g3, but then knight
This
c6.
needs to be calculated,
Knight
yeah, or
c6,
not
yes,
really?
I think
Not
it's,
really, right? Yeah.
it's important
It's
that we have this intermediate move,
Exactly.
threatening the queen. Yes, so you're right. I think knight takes
Knight
e5.
takes e5, but then there is bishop takes
e5.
e5, and it looks very good for white.
And it
yeah?
seems like white is
Just
pawn
a
up
pawn up.
after all these
So whether,
exchanges.
however we take it, queen takes then the knight. So
Looks
maybe
like
for
that.
this reason knight went to d7, and perhaps white doesn't want to allow black to play knight b6 with the tempo or knight c5. That's my guess. You need to really delve more deeply into the position to understand the real merit of this move. But
Okay, bishop b5 is also kind of typical. Like maybe also bishop done its job and has nothing to do there.
But actually, you know, with the pawn on a5, this is a great square for the bishop on
Yes.
b5. And maybe now you're saying that if the knight moves, I will consider playing d4.
That's a good point, actually. Yes, that now also that black didn't make a decision where to put the king. It's not a bad idea to start something in the center, right? And kind of ask questions like, what you will do with your king after I play d4. Like maybe this king will feel a little bit uncomfortable after that. Okay, we'll keep an eye.
Have you noticed that since yesterday you said about this new rule without castling?
Yes, exactly. Yes.
They really follow your advice and are not castling.
One side follows.
At
not
least
the
one
s-
side, okay.
not both for the moment.
But wait, we still have 5 more
yes.
rounds to go. So
Yes, we'll notice if somebody will decide to play the game without castling. We will definitely notice it.
So let's jump to Divya's game against Nana Dzagnidze, and there's fire on the board.
Yes, let's quickly
D4,
go
knight f6,
and check what's
c4,
happening.
another Nimtsovich, queen c2. Wow, how did they get?
And this was quick. Yes, it seems like
Wow, e4. I always thought it's not a move you can make because of d5. Normally here, white plays a3, forcing this
Some
exchange,
exchanges,
and
yes.
then white has a pair of bishops and a very slight edge, which black really learned how to neutralize along the years. Now e4, this is the problem of playing e4 immediately, because again you are under a pin, and this is theoretical, and c5 very nice, because again one side
One
castled,
side
the other
already
one does not
show
castle.
the intention, yes.
So, and if the other side hasn't castled, we are able to, we want to open the center as fast as we can because the king is vulnerable, right?
Yes, if I'm very ambitious, like trying to fight for the center, and probably all this theory, both
is a
players
theory, yeah.
play so quickly.
And now bishop f4, queen h4, but look at those black pieces. They are going out, they are developing with attack, right? Attacking white pieces. And both players seem to know what they're doing, which cannot be said about myself here.
So yes, after d3, queen h5.
So queen h4, the point is to provoke g3 and then start asking questions along the light squares. Of course, not queen f3 immediately, but and again, e5 is hanging yet, right?
Yes.
So this looks a little bit. This looks forced, and now g5. Very
Are you
nice.
sure it's forced just for fun?
Well,
Let's
forced-
check bishop before. Just g3, queen h5, bishop before.
Oh, you mean
because
here.
We could
Okay,
take the
yeah,
pawn.
here.
No, after queen h4, g3, queen h5. Could white take this knight?
So if you take this knight, I think the main problem here is that after take,
B takes c3, of
b
course.
takes c3.
I think knight c5. Or
Yeah,
what
knight
else?
c5 looks good.
But maybe there is something else. Yes. But even.
But even this,
Yes.
even this. So let's say you go where?
Probably not into the ending, right? Because, like, yes, I have an extra pawn, but this pawn is so weak.
Yeah, also
yes.
let's. You mean this?
Yeah,
or
queen e2
or
or
queen e2 is
whatever.
better probably because, for instance, if you go here, then I can even take even this. Maybe, although I don't want to. I think my knight is very well placed.
B6,
So
like,
this is your extra pawn. Are you really happy with it? I'm not sure,
No,
right?
I'm not.
Black is not really risky because the opposite color bishops is at least good for. It should be at least equal for black, I think.
Yes, okay, this bishop on c8 is, which goes to b7 will be better than the bishop on f4. Definitely, yes. No, but I just wanted to check because, yes, there was this option to win the pawn, but not every pawn is so attractive. I would put it this way, not this one. You don't take this pawn, yes. So, but just to check. So
it's an important question, yeah, because if you, that's what they teach us, right? If you see a pawn and you can grab a pawn and you don't see a refutation, you grab the pawn, right?
Exactly, yes. Or you have to estimate like what's
the
going on.
Anish style, right?
So Yasser style.
There's many
I
players
was
style,
commenting
yeah.
with Yasser for so long that I learned the lesson. Like he's a pawn grabber,
I think the most famous was Korchnoi, right?
Yeah.
He used to just grab the pawn and keep it and win.
So white immediately played castling.
Castle is a good idea, right? If the rules permit it. And after g5, now we have a problem. We need to defend.
Yes, and actually, white is thinking. Yes, so Divya now is thinking what to do.
Divya took on
Took on
d5
d5,
once.
okay.
Black is obliged to take on c3 because otherwise, if we take, then knight takes d5.
And here, if I take the bishop on f4, yeah,
If you
take the knight.
I take
on
the
f4.
knight probably.
Yes, okay, you have good choice between knight probably. And,
Yeah, I have many
and
pieces
bishop,
to choose
yes.
from.
So maybe knight feels like that.
It's not the end of the line, but
But I also want knight f4, right?
yeah, you want many things here.
So you mean to take on g3? Oh,
No,
interesting.
I'm not.
Maybe it's too much, yes?
It looks a bit too much. Maybe we can take on e5, but it feels that black's king is too exposed here, right?
Yes, too vulnerable. Okay, so she took on d5
So
and
took.
black decided to take this knight on c3, not to allow
Yeah.
all these circumstances.
And he takes d5. So this is the position. There is a material equality.
At the moment, yes, but you have to be very concrete. The position is so sharp and concrete, like you should know what you are doing, right?
Yeah.
Just as an example, like if you move like bishop to anywhere, bishop e3, knight e5, and suddenly
Yes, and suddenly...
I would also check knight g4 maybe, but then
Right
knight
here?
yes, just to,
Knight g4.
but probably knight
The
f3 or
nested
what?
threat, right? And if we play something like h4,
Maybe take on s3 first, take then on e4. I don't know. It's really like the position is very
it's crazy.
crazy. Yes, like who is attacking whom? Like you can
So
make,
knight e3, I think we have this
for example,
intermezzo, which is important. And if you probably need to take anyway. And now after taking here, so each side has so many weaknesses. So white has all those. But the knight on d4 is very nice, and the pawn is on d5 is weak. But I think as many things in chess, it looks a bit drawish.
a bit
right?
drawish, yes, but yeah,
But
maybe
that's by no means it's not forced. And let's see what Divya played.
I think she's still trying to make a decision what to do here.
No, she played bishop e2.
Bishop e3. Bishop e3. So I just proposed it as the possible move that happened in the
There
game.
you
So
go.
bishop e3.
There you
Yes.
go.
So what are the
And
other options?
Nana is playing very fast.
Yes,
so
so
it's
knight
very
f5.
interesting because it seems that white was the one to choose this e4, which is not the main line, but black is, it seems, is the more prepared one here, which is very surprising. And you know, so Divya lost yesterday.
Against Dzagnidze-Deshmukh, yes. So she
Yes,
made
so-
3 draws and then she lost the game.
So psychologically for her, it's also, I mean, it's important to not lose today, right?
yeah, of course,
so it's
yes.
and having such a crazy position, it's an added pressure on her, I think.
Yeah.
On the other hand, you know, it's easier to maybe win in such muddy waters.
Yes, I mean, she's so young, and normally we take all these kind of losses, maybe even like easier at this age. Yes, so she,
First non-end game after the opening. Yeah?
yes, with a lot of pieces still here. Queens are still on the board.
So we might get an answer why they are all going to the end games with her. Yeah.
So actually, f3 was played. Remember, we were checking the line with knight takes e4,
Yeah.
and came to the conclusion that it's getting wild a little bit after knight g4. So f3 definitely prevents the ideas with knight g4. And,
It's a very good move.
Yes, and
So it also takes care of the light squares.
but then let's check the amount of pawns.
Yeah,
Black
we are
got the
pawn
pawn.
down, but we have a very strong bishop pair, unless black is able to exchange them immediately. And again, with this pawn, it would be a different. With the pawn on g7, it would be a different story, right? With the pawn on g5,
it's a good point. Yes, with pawn on g5, probably white has compensation. Yes.
white definitely has compensation, and the pawn on d5 is weak, and the better development. I don't know if it adds to too much of compensation, but well, let's maybe try to calculate some lines, right?
Yeah. So if she goes back, like knight f6, or there is also knight d6, right? Just to mention, like what will be our next move?
You know, I'm not sure if it's good, but there might be even ideas like that, perhaps,
And f4.
followed by f4. Is it a move?
We're trying also to open f5.
Yes, we want to.
after that. It's not
We
only
gave up a
about-
bishop pair, but if we open the f file, then I think we are happy.
Yeah, it looks like interesting. On the other hand, before moving to f6, there was another option, maybe to take on d3,
Yeah,
right?
that's. I think that's the first move that we should check, because we want to get rid of those bishops.
Yes,
somehow.
of 2 bishops, yes. Because you convinced me that there are so many options with bishop h7 from time to time. Yes, and this bishop looks really great. And now it's a question, like, if we just take this knight, or we can take
The other knight.
the other knight and then also d5 pawn.
Yeah, so the problem
Or
here, I
not.
think that
Yes.
we can recapture with the pawn and keep the knight, and this is the famous
not that great,
octopus
yes.
knight on d3.
Don't like it. Yes. No. Of course, you're not obliged to move with your knight. You can just protect
Yeah.
this knight.
I think that's not so good for white.
Yeah.
Unless there is
Something.
something very, very concrete, which I don't see.
Yeah. Like I'm also checking like
Maybe
rook
some knight
f6
f5
or this kind of
to
moves.
prevent, because it feels to me, and again, I might be wrong, but that if you manage to play f5 and keep the pawn, it's actually, it will be, so black is 2 pawns up already. So
Yes.
it's getting a bit tricky for white to play.
Knight f5, yes. So let's continue
Knight
just
f5.
for a bit, yes. Because if you take on f5, then rook f5.
Yeah, here
you have to
we
play
might
like
have
h6
some good
or
good
f6. I don't know
compensation.
what.
F6 even.
And then like queen g2. I don't know, trying
I
to.
agree. I agree. So we might have some, although having being 2 pawns down.
Maybe there is some kind of compensation, even though the knight looks great on d3, but he's a little bit. This piece is a bit out.
We
of,
go around it somehow. Yes.
Yes. So now we have more attackers on the king's side, and this bishop may come to d4, creating also some troubles. I don't know. It should be checked, and perhaps players have some ideas.
So yeah, that's one idea. Another one is just to mention. So
Just to take
we
it.
can maybe even just take here, right?
Yes, and then
And then
finally
where do
knight
you go?
should.
Probably to
go
d6
somewhere.
is better. Yes.
Yes, like taking control of
To keep.
f5. Yes.
Yeah.
Square.
And now.
What the ideas of white? Yes, here. It's a
What
good
is the
question.
idea?
Yes. So this position.
Like
if it
you said, you
happens-
remember you said the other day that if we are attacking having the opposite color bishops,
Yes,
it's as if we had an extra piece.
exactly. But now we need to find a way, yes, to bring this bishop to the place. What you think about changing the knights, like knight b5
If I
or
could, but
something?
I
yes.
I think I can't.
Why not?
because,
Just
you,
knight goes
you
here.
don't change them, right?
Bishop c5.
And you want to take.
Yeah, that's why I'm thinking about like bishop c5, something with tempo. And then I don't know if we have some ideas with knight c7 even, or not. So it's very concrete. I have
Yeah.
because it's the threat is knight c7 and bishop a7.
Or bishop f8 even.
I mean now yes,
Yeah.
I just
Yeah.
consider that you moved your rook somewhere like on d8. Yes, but I think e8
But
is not
and
even
now
possible.
you want to
Yes,
just
I want to trap your rook like
so
that. Yes.
materialistic.
Yes,
Oh my
for
God.
the moment, if I
Yeah.
can.
Yeah. So it's not so simple.
Yes. Actually, so if knight b5 and you have to take this knight, then at least I can go to the ending. To the position with opposite color bishops and perhaps some hopes to attack.
Yep.
If it's so forced, then maybe there are some chances to get
yeah,
what-
if we
what I
take,
want.
we take.
d5 is kind of hanging.
Maybe bishop
h3, rook
h3, rook
f2.
f2. And now we need to establish who is attacking.
Yes, I agree, but yes, so
That's
bishop
one
to
more
4,
thing
for
to
example.
establish.
Yes, I mean this bishop can be really unpleasant.
Yeah. Again, because
yes.
of this g5, we
Weakness.
might
I
run
mean,
into.
after this move, of course, black weakened some squares.
But black does have some play of her own, because if we double along the e file,
Then you have some threats.
as we have seen yesterday in Muzychuk against Jiner, right? So
Yes, it can be also a little bit dangerous. Double-edged.
double-edged, yeah.
Yes. Position. Yeah.
we
I
can
mean,
put it
we were checking
in the too
straightforward
hard
lines.
pile, yeah?
Yes, we were checking just like straightforward lines. Maybe, I mean, definitely there are many different options on the way.
But that's exactly what Nana is doing right now, right? She calculates. So you start with some very forced line, right? How do we calculate? So we have this candidate moves, right?
Yes.
That that's what we did. You said, okay.
Checks and captures,
First we have
right?
exactly. We start with checks and captures,
Yeah.
and if we have a capture with a check, we also check it, right?
Yes.
And so we check this move. We check retreats because we need. our knight is attacked, and then we start going forward from there. So if we manage to, if we decide that we need to calculate knight takes d3, then we have to consider two options, and then what we do then, and that's the process.
This is how the tree of variations is built normally. I wanted to ask you, Alik, like, where you taught the way that you have to always start with checks and captures when you look for the candidates' moves? Like, I know it's been a long time ago.
Yeah, I don't remember, I have to say.
Maybe it's a new school, because I don't remember this either.
But I think it comes naturally, no? Because
Correct.
Because checks and captures and attacks, it comes naturally because it's something forced.
Yes.
It makes it easier to calculate because you narrow your opponent's options by attacking something or by capturing something. So I think it goes naturally.
Absolutely. I don't remember myself like checking checks or captures. I remember just solving thousands of puzzles of checkmate in one, and then you actually, what you said is true. It's like you have this, you develop this instinct to check them.
Exactly.
Yes, and you have all these patterns in your head, and yes, of course, you start a little from there. But never I was like told like this is how you should do, and this is like the technique. But I see that it's different a little bit right now. Like they keep saying the trainers to the kids, like we start always with checks and captures, pay attention, threats, and I don't know if it helps or not, but perhaps. At
I
least
have
it
no
helps during
no
our
opinion on
commentaries.
this matter,
Yes, it helps during our commentaries. For sure, we are looking for the forced lines first of all, and after that we also check some other candidates.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the other two games that we haven't seen. So, Olga Badelka against Mariya Muzychuk. It's a much calmer game. Again, at d4. So we have 3 games out of 4 so far with d4.
Yes, it was more about
Oh,
c4.
but look at this.
This is funny. This is really funny. So Olga was inspired by her opponent Harika and her game yesterday, and decided to go for similar approach. Decided to
maybe there is a new rule that after g6 you must play h4. I don't know.
Yeah.
We need to check the regulations of this tournament. But we discussed it already in the previous game. It makes a lot of sense, right? Once black plays g6, we want to ask some questions, and how do you want to proceed?
Imagine how unpleasant it can be to Mariya, you know, to see this move like h4. I mean, well, obviously, players check all the games during this Grand Prix event. Yes, I'm sure. I mean, knowing also Anna and Mariya, they like really aware of everything what's going on the top level. So normally Mariya checked this game against of Olga against Harika, even to understand actually what's happening with your opponent, right?
Exactly,
so the fact that
absolutely.
Olga like missed something, it also gives you some tips, some ideas that how good she is, which shape she has right now. So I'm sure she saw this opening, of course, and now to have this h4 on the board, I don't think she really prepared for something like that. Yes, like I mean, it's really hard
you
to
don't
imagine.
prepare.
Yes.
But you know, this h4 move, especially in the green fold, because so first of all, black's idea is to wait for white to play c4, and then black can play d5. With the idea being that after e4 you have this knight that you can capture, right, and then start playing against the centers, etc., etc. So for this reason, white has tried many ways to not place knight c3 right away and wait for black to do something. This is number one. Of course, it's not only the green field that black can play. Black can also play the King's Indian defense, right?
Yes.
So, this is one. But, you know, this h4, they start playing this h4 move more and more early in the game, and I'm just wondering when will we start seeing h4 in the move 1? I don't know.
Without g6 even, yes?
Even without g6 as a prophylactic move to just never allow g6.
Did you want to play g6? I already have
Not
my
here.
h4, yes.
Not Okay, so h4, bishop g7, again,
Maybe some
Knight
people will
C3.
start to play with h4 even the first move.
Exactly, yes. Prophylactic.
Yeah.
So King's Indian here. And actually, it crossed my mind a few times myself to play something like h4 in well, not on move 3, but here, for instance, it could be an idea. e4, and this already has been played. I'm sure I've seen some games that are played this way. And you see, the idea is that the knight goes to g3 to support the idea of this pawn break on h5. And
remember, Harika also, yes, used this
Exactly.
maneuver like knight e2. Just, let's say, Olga missed something earlier until she showed what exactly she wanted in this game. So h5. Let's
this forces black to play h5, yeah?
To close all this, to stop those ideas.
But now white kind of changed the structure of the opening, the ideas of the opening a lot. So now instead of black attacking on the king side, I think it will be white who wants to start creating some play by taking the queen out, castling, and then maybe exchanging this bishop. And you know, this is a weakness. If we handle it correctly, it's a weakness. On the other hand,
How to break through? Yes,
black
it's
is very solid in the center.
yeah,
right?
but also like if you play like queen d2, I have king h7 now. I'm on time not to allow you to play bishop h6.
Well, but first of all, you know, after bishop f4, so we need to answer: do we want to allow white to take and close this bishop?
Maybe she played c6 is also on
She
the
played
board.
c6.
Yes, c6.
Yeah.
Or it was before. Wait a second.
Sorry.
Yes, c6 and then
bishop e2, 6-6, and now she played bishop,
bishop
f4.
f4. Yes. So you're right. The question is if white really threatens to take on e5, perhaps.
Yeah, I think it's a valid idea to take on e5.
Maybe not immediately, but at least it's an option. And
But the fact that white played already h4 might mean that we can still knight g4. White will have f3 always, right? So we don't want just to place our knights there. And what did Mariya play? She just played a move.
yes.
Bishop d7. She doesn't care. She
So she-
says, okay, if you want
Okay.
to take, be my guest.
Closing her bishop here, but yeah, I mean this bishop can go
The bishop
to
will
h6.
go
yes.
probably from h6 and put some, as it usually does, right? In the King's Indian. I mean, you do not scare a King's Indian player by closing her bishop, right?
No,
Because
no.
she does it all the time by herself. So. The problem is the difference
You
is that
still have
instead of
E7
having the
pawn.
pawn on d6, black has the pawn on e7, and I think that should favor white because it's easier to break through like that.
Exactly, yes. So Olga is still thinking if she should take this knight in the center or not and give up the pair of bishops. And while she's thinking, maybe we can jump to
Yeah, let's
the
go
last
to our
game.
last
We
game.
didn't pay attention yet. So Elisabeth
And
Paehtz, who
wow.
is suffering in this tournament,
And the
is playing
bar
against
is
Harika Dronavalli. Like, what happened? Why the bar is so...
e4, e5, knight
Knight
c3.
c3. Okay, Vienna.
The Vienna,
opening,
but
yes.
it's some kind of a hybrid mode, right? Because
Yes.
I used to
Not
play it
f4,
with
yes.
f4. Yeah.
Exactly. Like I'm surprised. So knight c3, knight f6. Normally we see f4 here.
d4.
d4. Okay.
Queen takes d4.
It's really, really interesting. First of all, let's see what happened, and then we speak about the whole thing.
I think it's a very concrete preparation because, as we can see, Elisabeth has blitzed out all her moves so far.
Yes.
And Harika has been thinking a lot.
Yes. So let's check the time. So Elisabeth spent just 4 minutes. Yes, 3 minutes of her time, but okay, with increment.
With the increment.
And
maybe 10 minutes.
Harika like spent
Harika
like half
is
an
more
hour.
than half an hour,
around.
yeah, or half an hour. d5, that's a natural move.
But very concrete.
Yeah, but if we take, oh, she went for check. This is interesting. Queen e2.
Ending, yes, because we just took the pawn.
And that was, I think, the main idea of black playing d5 because she wants to create a counterplay against those 2 pawns.
Maybe she missed castling.
I don't believe she missed castling.
C6. No, because then it
Maybe
just
she thought that this
Bishop
is
of
going,
two.
but then just bishop takes c7. It's very
and we
unpleasant.
have
It's
passed
just,
pawn.
a passed extra pawn. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
Something. It feels like opening
Feels,
catastrophe right now, but maybe
it feels a lot like that because now here white is just a pawn up, but I think it's much more than a pawn up because
and also the position is.
let's say if we maybe we can punish black right away.
Yes. So let's have a look and try to find the way. Okay, this is something what we were talking about. Like not really a theory. So white has this option maybe to
And again, what do we check? We check
A3
checks and
move,
captures
yes.
and attacks, right?
Bishop
So,
F3,
so we would check those moves.
bishop c7. Oh no, castling then. Yes.
Yeah, so black wants to castle, and at least again, black is a pawn down, right? So
Yes. So I mean, I'm very curious in this position to understand like what's going on. Wow.
okay,
Bishop
let's say
G5 even.
let's say if we do something like bishop f3.
Then I mean, because if a3, just let's show it like
Or
if
start
a3,
with a3, yeah.
then knight d5.
Yeah.
This is what probably black wanted, to bring the knight
So-
back to the center.
a3, knight d5.
Then if we
Take,
take, and, we have to move the bishop probably on g3. Okay, this is clear pawn up, but
Well, we might have this move
even
with the idea that this is probably bad.
it should be. But black,
But
need,
black
doesn't
can
need
just
to take
ignore,
yes,
right?
yes, the
We
castling.
can castle. But then, how happy are you here?
I'm not sure. Yes, the second pawn. Yes.
So it's 2 pawns. So, but you have a bishop pair, which is of some comfort, and you
F3.
might win. Oh yeah, just
F3
f3 and knight
92.
e2.
I
Yeah,
will try yes to finish the development and keep my material.
and we could have
advantage.
the same position with the rook. Oh no, we couldn't. Okay.
So you think that even a3 is possible here? Yes, it looks like
Might
that.
be.
But
Let's see. Let's check again because this is a critical moment. I think if we take with the bishop, then there is.
like,
I think
like
there
it-
is compensation
there
because
should be.
it's
For
only
one
one
pawn, yes.
pawn, and we start. You know, we have a lot of rooks and bishops. We can create some counterplay. But if this works, it's much more problematic for black.
Then white will have 2 pawns. Okay, let's check other options. Like I also somehow feel that these knights, I mean, at the moment that there is a problem with pieces. Like we are also ahead in development. Yes, black needs to finish the development with 1 move, but maybe we have time to put some pressure. Like what you said, bishop f3 with the idea a3, right?
Yeah, with the same idea, but
Yes.
again, we have to answer what happens if we just castle.
Castle,
Isn't
so-
it the same?
a3, yes.
And then we get into the same line that we
It's
just
going to be the
analyzed.
same, yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But you know,
What else?
and actually, maybe black is not obliged to give both pawns because here we can. So, for instance, we don't have to castle.
Yes,
we can
here
maybe
it's
play
bishop
something
e6,
like
yes.
bishop e6. Yeah.
So perhaps bishop f3 first.
Okay.
Yes,
I agree.
in order to put pressure, because like now you really want to play a3 and now bishop e6. Okay, then
Then what?
interesting.
Maybe something crazy. I'm not sure this works, because those lines that we're seeing, that's not such a huge advantage as the computer suggests. So
Yes,
I'm thinking that we're missing something
I
here.
also have feeling, but like you, okay, let's go for the candidates.
Let's zoom out. Yeah.
Yes, so h3, this is how you try to approach this position. And actually the fact that Elisabeth Paehtz is thinking now, it's a good sign. Like she's trying to take it move by move and see what exactly is happening here. She understands that she's pawn up. and she needs to play precisely. Yes,
How
so
about this move?
like bishop d6. Yes, so now bishop f2 is not possible. Knight is hanging before, so
Exactly.
we are obliged to take the bishop.
We're obliged to take. And white
Rook
takes.
d6. I see what you want most probably, because if castling now a3 and c6 pawn is a weakness, right?
Yeah. I have to admit this is exactly what I want. It's not over though.
No, bishop b7 and g2 will
And
be
I might
in
regret
trouble.
my
knight d5.
95.
Yes.
The point being that
yes.
this is winning for white. And if you take, then I have
At
a
least
move
it's not rook
like here.
d6, maybe.
Rook d6, I'm afraid a bit of this
Maybe
move.
this
Maybe
one.
I shouldn't be. Maybe I
just
shouldn't be.
bishop
Just
f3,
bishop
yes.
f3, yeah.
And then
And
we
this
have
is
two
this
pawns.
is even if it's one, but it's not
Yes.
not an important one. So those are
Yes,
the
those
important
are-
ones. So this is definitely killing.
I think she made a move.
Well, let's see
Or
what
not.
Elizabeth made. No, she is about to
She's
make.
yes, so she made a
She
move.
just
g4 I was thinking also, but I don't know.
She just developed her knight. It seems like
Just
this.
knight f3.
Interesting.
Let's figure it out. Like, I'm very curious which move, because
Yeah,
you
she
know,
played knight f3.
I was thinking about like so many different options as well. No, but
It's interesting.
I mean, every move is interesting, but you definitely should try to.
And the bar agrees with her.
Yes, knight f3.
And the more I look at it,
Maybe every move is winning.
but I'm getting impressed with this move, because our problems on our calculations was that we didn't develop our pieces.
Yeah.
Let's be honest, right?
Yes. So what if black castle?
Okay,
Yes.
so what with black castles? Let's see. Is it?
Is it just knight e5?
Yeah, maybe.
But I don't know. Then bishop f2. So she's just trying to say that she's fine with one extra pawn, and it's like so good.
But wait. So maybe we can go from another direction. Maybe we can go somehow from a4. But you have a spot on e7, right?
I understand the point. Like knight a4, and if bishop f2, bishop d6.
Exactly.
Yes?
So the
This
point is
your
that
idea.
after castling, then you have problems with this fork.
Wow. Okay, first of all, what I wanted to say from the very beginning, this game is quite interesting because considering the tournament situation, Elisabeth lost 3 out of 4 games. She's on the last place right now. She has only half a point. So today she plays against Harika, Dronavalli, and like also the player who managed to win yesterday, she has +1 in this tournament and fighting definitely for something more. And so it's interesting from psychological point of view. So Elisabeth has kind of nothing to lose. And like
Right,
what
yeah.
we established with you, that the 5th round is kind of important, and like to go into your free day with such a desperate and bad mood, no, it's not an option. So Elisabeth decided to play something sharp, concrete, and try somehow to make Harika think. And also remember what I told you, she said a few days ago to me that after 4 hours she cannot think clearly.
Yeah, so she wants
to win.
to clinch it before.
No, she wants to win very quickly. She wants to finish this game as soon as possible. Yes.
That's a good strategy.
Good strategy, but you need some help from your opponent to do so, right? But
Yeah,
but
so-
what we can establish definitely that she managed to catch Harika. She knew what she's doing better than her opponent, and it seems like Harika is in trouble right now. I mean, without even calculating anything, pawn up for white and ending, which like it's clear that black doesn't have any compensation for the moment. Like, will she be able to find exact moves even to get like decisive advantage? It's another story, but clearly white managed to put her opponent into trouble.
And actually, it looks as if Harika put herself into trouble, even more so.
Yeah, but exactly. But you know, how do you play coming back to the opening? Like, how do you play after this d4? I don't know even if I ever seen it. You know, this way. Like you probably should move to like Scotch.
Yeah, but Scotch you take with the knight here.
Yes,
it's very different. It's kind of a mix of a Scandinav and a Scotch and whatever.
You're right. Yes,
and I'm not sure we're talking about the opening Scotch, right? So
yes,
it might be.
It's like it's a little bit crazy. Yes, okay. There is also option to play d4 second move and take with queen. So, for example, if you can come back and show after e4, e5, you play d4 right away.
You can play this also, right?
Yes, you can also play. But after queen d4, which like looks better, normally black plays knight c6 right away. So imagine black now played knight f6, knight c3.
Yeah, and here, so it kind of transposes to this.
Yes, so I would say it's more like central opening. Yes, it's called central opening. Anyway,
I learned something.
Today, yes, we are checking all these kind of lines. And I think it's time to have a short break. We've checked all the games so far, and see you on the other side.
In a land bathed in light, two unstoppable journeys set sail for greatness. The road wasn't easy, demanding sacrifice, grit and unwavering commitment. But with courage and dedication, we rose to the top, with victory standing tall as our guiding lighthouse, illuminating the path ahead. We are Freedom 24. Born in Cyprus, we conquered Europe.
Welcome back, everybody. And we have a very special guest today, Deputy Chair of the Management of FIDE Management Board, Dana Reizniece is with us. Hi, Dana.
Hi, good to be here.
Nice to have you here. And have you managed to see the venue today already, or
Not yet.
Not
This
yet.
is my first
Okay.
destination here in Cyprus.
Wow.
You know, I recently served as a technical delegate in Monaco in the previous leg of the Women Grand Prix, and I'm so surprised of those ladies who gathered their strength to be ready for another fight here in Cyprus, because it's such a short distance from one tournament to the other ones. You know that all of them need to play at least in few to qualify for the World Championship and have the chance to fight for the crown of the World Chess Champion. So it's been a tremendous event there, and I'm looking forward to see the locations, see the impressions, and speak with players here as well.
Yeah, so far, you know, the atmosphere here is fantastic. The fighting spirit is there. We'll talk about this
That's
a little bit
always
more.
there for, at women's events. No?
Absolutely, yeah. I wanted to ask you, so today, this year is the social year it's FIDE social year. Would you share your thoughts and elaborate on
yes,
that?
yes,
Yeah.
of course. You know, FIDE, I think, has been doing a nice job highlighting their policy priorities over the last few years. So a few years ago, we had a special year dedicated to women in chess. So where we had various activities that would enhance women chess at the national and international level. Because one thing is what we can do at FIDE level with increasing the money prizes, with establishing the full championship cycle, with giving them the opportunity to play in nice tournaments, but many things can be at the national level. For example, we had so many teams, so many countries that didn't ever send a women's team to the Olympiad. So we arranged special support programs for such countries just to mobilize them. And last year at the World Chess Olympiad in Budapest, we saw a record high number of the women chess participation. So we also introduced various programs like Chess Mom. You know, those mothers who came to play at the Olympiad, they had a support from FIDE side and from the organizers side for accommodation of their babysitters and the babies coming with them. So these kind of initiatives, when we do it from our side, we see that this comes into the minds and is very nicely planted there in the minds of the national federations, and we see more and more such initiatives are already popping up there. For example, this year, the American Continental Championship provides the same support for the young moms. So
Wow.
nice.
With such support,
so
I
that
think
was, yeah, that was
even non-chess players would go to chess tournaments, right?
I hope so. Yes, that's a minor thing, but that we try to do so that to motivate women chess players to go in for chess and use it as their profession and stay there. So that was a few years ago, and we see the nice results coming out of it. So this year we have especially dedicated to social chess initiatives, because FIDE itself has been working on various initiatives like Chess in Prisons, or as we call it, Chess for Freedom, an initiative for chess being used as a re-socialization tool for the inmates, chess for kids with autistic spectrum disorder, chess for refugees, or as we call it, chess for protection, educational chess. So various programs that we have been implementing since around 2-3 years ago, where we have already established a network of cooperation, and we already see the empirical results on how chess benefits the whole societies and also people at the individual level, changing their lives. That inspires ourselves, and that I believe also make the change in the world. So we wanted to highlight our own initiatives, but even more so, we wanted to enhance the national federations, the continental federations, also NGOs, to highlight their initiatives, to tell their stories, because they're so great, so many initiatives all over the world that we have never heard about. So starting from PR activities, every week publishing a nice initiative that takes place somewhere in the world, to especially dedicated months. For example, this is a month of elderly chess. We will have April dedicated to chess for autistic spectrum disorder. And then further on till the very end of the year, each month you will have a topic and dedicated activities organized by FIDE and our partners. So we really would be happy if you follow our resources, see the stories, tell yours, and participate and be part of this global movement where we see that chess is such a beautiful game that can be not only an exciting sport for high-level athletes, but also a life-changing tool.
Wow. That's a huge. I mean, the goal is huge, and it seems like a very busy schedule, right? Going forward.
It is, but we are a global organization, and chess is a universal game, so it's just natural that we are saturated with so many events.
Wow, this is great. And speaking of events, there is one World Championship coming up in China. Can you?
Well,
this is a cycle for the next one, but
while this Women Grand Prix is one element of the next cycle already, we are at the doorstep of the current World Chess Championship match that will take place in China in April, already in few days. So Ju Wenjun will be challenged by Tan Zhangqi, the challenger. So it's going to be a long event. Half of it will be held in Shanghai. Which is the hometown of Ju Wenjun, and the second part in Chongqing. I hope I pronounced it correctly, which is the hometown of Tan. So another great encounter between two greatest Chinese players. You yourself, you experienced the last championship match in China in 2023. Yeah, when Lei was challenging Ju Wenjun. The experience of June allowed her to remain at the top of the chess Olympus, but let's see how it goes now. But I remember that last time it was a great fighting spirit. The quality of the games was super high. You probably remember that many said, what real men's chess they play. And I was so angry that it's not, it's not a men's chess.
I was just telling the other day,
chess, yes.
You know, that we were saying that the level was higher than the previous match between Nepo and Ding, right? So at some points it looked like
more stability was
more
there,
stability,
right? Yeah. More stability was there. Yeah, so let's see how it goes now. I hope that, people and chess gourmets do already put this event on their calendars. So you can follow on FIDE resources, exciting games and commentaries and nice stories and backstage moments from the event.
Great. Something to look for, definitely something to look forward for. And we prepared a surprise for you. We have some interesting games if you would like
Another set of some here, yes.
So here we have 10 players who really want to be in the next cycle. Maybe, probably one of them will be in China as well.
Anyway, an encounter will be against the Chinese player,
so
right?
For sure, that one is for sure. And today we have some very exciting games prepared for you, if you would like to share your thoughts on them.
Of course, let's start.
Okay, so first game was, okay, let's go from the very beginning to get you into the picture a bit. So Dzagnidze-Deshmukh, she started the 19-year-old, the youngest player in the tournament. She started very nicely with 3 draws, very, very solid. Yesterday she suffered a loss, and today she's playing against Nana Dzagnidze, and she surprised her opponent, so we thought, with this e4 move, which is not the main line. The main line is, of course, a3.
Yeah.
But then it developed into some very crazy...
So the fight in the center, the one who controls the center controls the game, right?
Absolutely.
Here it's a harsh fight for the center.
Especially, if you forget to castle your king.
That's the modern chess, no? With the computer chess, I think people are also, the human beings are also much more brave to keep their king in the center, because, the old rule, develop the pieces, fight for the center, and secure your king. This last rule, I think, somehow is being distorted by the computer mindset, right?
We've been seeing it the whole tournament here. One of the players keeps her king in the center for many, many moves. something really would be impossible, back at
Yeah, if you think of
a
the
few decades
conceptual
ago,
chess,
right?
yes, then it doesn't quite work. But now more and more also human beings understand that chess is a very exact game, right? And
Absolutely. Do you like this change?
I like the combination of the conceptual chess and these, concrete variations and the understanding that chess is is an exact game. So and sometimes, you can look at chess from the different perspective, and that gives additional playfulness. So yes, I appreciate.
Yeah, okay. It's fair enough. It more resembles life, I think, right? It's less of black and white. You have some concepts, but there are also concrete
There will
things.
be somebody who always questions that.
Exactly, absolutely. Okay, so now we left the game here.
So it's quite sharp, the position. It looks like all players understand that they need to play all in, otherwise they will lose the dynamics and momentum, right?
Definitely, and white. So white sacrificed the pawn. Instead, she gets somewhat weakened king for black, and now.
But with the activity of the pieces, they also wanted to provoke the weakness of the white king. Although now
yes.
there are quite many exchanges, yes,
And this is what we, Anastasiya and I, would thought this would happen.
so would it then be enough for the white for the white player to have a compensation for the sacrificed pawn, because the less pieces are there, the less dynamics, the less dangerous it is for the white king, and then
Yeah, absolutely. So this is the challenge for both players, and what goes for white, I would think that we have
They're still
the opposite
underdeveloped,
color bishops, which if we manage to start attacking, but probably we don't start attacking anymore, right? What do you say? So all of a sudden, this thunder came and it passed by, and then
number
we have an
pawns.
equal end game, right?
Probably the challenge for black it is the white squared bishop, because it's not clear for me where to
put it?
Where to put it? Yes, I don't know. Really, you might try to play h5 at some moment, but it would not help much because h3, and I don't let your bishop breathe, right?
Exactly. So this is a great point that you're pointing. That those pawns, right? They restrict the bishop, and the knight also. And this pawn is doing a great job of restricting the
Yeah, it's
bishop,
like
right?
the hat on your bishop's eyes, right?
Exactly. Absolutely.
It's a central pawn, as if a nice one, but it really does their job while blocking your own bishop. Yes, and then it's a little bit difficult to, the composition of the black pieces seems to be a little bit clumsy. But if they find a way how to develop,
Like that.
yeah, that would probably be the best to sacrifice the central pawn, right?
Exactly.
To breathe.
Yeah, sometimes, right? Sometimes it could be a very valid idea to just, but who will let us do that? The knight on d4 is so well placed. Okay, so here we can check this game, right? And then say it's probably equalish, but I have another surprise for you. In this game, another endgame. Oh, and black. We had so many surprises, but by the time we cut to them,
So the positions have been depleted, right?
kind of, yeah. So here, the computer was saying that white has a 2.5 points advantage.
Even though it's only one pawn.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And from what we managed to gather, there is a very interesting idea here to play with white, to start using the fact that black is still underdeveloped,
and the king is in the center, and
to try to transpose into something nice
sacrificing
like
an
that.
exchange. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, well, not really sacrificed, but
Okay,
we
take it back, yes,
get
I
it back,
understand.
and now we have a very nice. We could have had a very nice advantage for white.
Even though black have two bishops, but the
What do you
advantage of the
say?
pawns is
Enough or
still
not? It's probably not
probably
enough.
not enough, of course.
That's what that's what was our feeling as well. But let's see what happened, because Yeah, Elisabeth, and this brings us to my previous question. Yeah, so the principle of chess says you need to develop your pieces, right?
Yes.
You don't want to get stuck with the bishop, with the knight and the rook. But the directness of today's chess says, okay, you have to exploit some tactical ideas.
Momentum, yes.
The momentum, right? Like in investing, right? There's the momentum in investing. So Elisabeth went for knight. So Elisabeth went for knight f3, and it seems that black. So
she was playing
it gave
solidly,
some,
right?
yeah.
But it gave time for black.
Sometimes it might be too solid, right? And now, what do we do now? Can we keep the pressure?
No, the pawns still seem to be scattered. The black pawns on c6 and e6. The question is if I can anyhow use those as weaknesses and attack. But probably the good point for black is that their knight, one or the other, will stand as a king on d5, right?
Rock solid.
And control the position.
Can we
So
prevent it somehow? Or maybe, what about knight g5
with the
perhaps?
direct attack, knight g5, and then knight e4, exchanging one of the knights, and then
What do we do on knight g5 with black?
yeah. So it's immediate. It's an immediate attack on e6. I need to protect it. Correct?
Can we? So king e7 runs into this one, right?
Yeah, not possible.
Easier said than done. But maybe, as you said, maybe knight d5, some tactic. So the idea is, right, that we have this
Nice
fork.
bishop e3.
So maybe like that.
I was also thinking of knight f6 to e5.
Ah,
d5,
I see
sorry,
what you're
yes.
trying to do. So you want to keep the knight in a more attacking square, yeah? Okay, and if we keep playing,
No, this is not draught. You are not obliged to take anything else.
I'm not.
That's
I'm
the
not.
beauty of chess, right?
But on the other hand, I'm probably blundering. So, okay. So this is a very concrete way.
Dynamic chess. Nice.
What happens if we go here? A strangely looking move.
A strangely looking move. Probably even e5, or it's too active and aggressive.
It is aggressive, but knight e6
Or rook f1.
or rook f1. I have so many moves here. Yeah, I have knight e4 even, and c4 followed by c4. This is also something I was looking at.
So e5 probably is not the best because you're just losing your very precious time while you are still underdeveloped. Rook on a8, h8, do not play, right?
So maybe just sacrifice this pawn in the
I'm
castle?
thinking I always like sacrificing. Yes, you have to stop me in this.
No, it's not my pieces. Go ahead. Be
Yeah.
my guest.
So I'm still.
No,
Castling
we-
is not an option, right? Bishop d. No, bishop is not. Bishop has retreated, so probably castling. No.
No, we can. Yeah, we can try. Short or long? Another
Short.
question. Short. okay.
Another dilemma, right?
Okay, and now, so we sacrifice a pawn, but we have
And you-
something going on for us, right?
Rook f6.
Rook f6.
Knight g5 with an attack on e4.
Or even maybe knight e4
Another
right
one,
away.
yes. Nice.
Yeah, I take white here.
Me too. That's the problem.
Okay.
No.
But let's try to see how black can manage here. And what is... So, is Elisabeth thinking, or...
Judging from
It's
eyes,
n-
it's
yeah.
Elizabeth thinking.
It's not her best tournament so far, unfortunately. Okay, she did play a move right now. Rook, it seems like rook f1 maybe?
Rook d.
Can we maybe see the whole screen, please? The players on the full screen?
Yeah, we have some development. Let's see what
So
happens
it's
here.
rook on d1, no knight on g5, and bishop on b6. The black bishop on b6.
The, yeah, the black bishop is on b6, yeah.
So it's black had.
Okay, yeah, so
Yeah, black is
let's see how
protecting
it happened.
the pawn on e6, yes, with the knight, with the king.
So Elisabeth went for rook
Rook
f1,
bishop
yes,
b6,
bishop b6,
retreating,
and then she brought the rook
e1,
to
attacking
e1.
the e1 pawn.
This is also interesting, yeah? Oh, and what?
Rook f1.
Did
Why
she
not,
play rook?
and why not
Does she
knight,
go for
knight
repetition?
e5?
I don't know.
So this would be the simplest thing to consider, yes,
She's
unless
just-
we are missing something, we are just taking a pawn, no?
Definitely looks like it.
And why not?
Where do-
What's the secret?
Where to go even? Do you go to g6 with the king?
G6, king g6, I think so.
Even rook takes, no? Or is it?
Rook takes, it's
Or,
h6 probably.
Yeah, I wanted to. Yeah, okay. You convinced me. Knight takes.
Knight takes.
How they say? Master Mnatsekonian says it's a pawn off, right?
Yes. Nevertheless, it's better for white.
But it looks better for white.
But why rook f1?
Maybe she's
Probably
winning
she's-
sometime. But again, and I wanted to discuss this with you. So you've played, you've had a very rich career. When you lose many games in a row, or you start with half
You
out
are
of...
not objective, probably. Yes, sometimes you first you want to, how to say, to revenge. Yes, and to try to revenge. That's the easiest way how to lose another game. You know, it's very important to sit on your hands and keep control. My coach used to say that after a great loss, the best thing is to make a draw and just to calm down and then start anew. Yeah, because it's very easy to lose objectivity after you've lost some games. Yes, and especially if there is a row of unsuccessful games, then you tend to believe that your luck is somewhere there. It needs to come back because you have already exhausted all your failures. Yes. But unfortunately, the amount of
never
failures is
exhaust
never limited. Yes.
Absolutely. And then you lose confidence in yourself, right?
That's
And
true, yes. First you lose confidence and you spend too much time thinking in places and before the moves that would otherwise come naturally, yes. And then this precious time
And
is...
it feeds itself, right?
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
a
yeah.
vicious cycle.
It takes you to making some mistakes in critical positions where you don't have it, yes, to think and use.
So that's why I think this is very indicative of this mental situation, right? That you clearly have a huge advantage here with white, but then nevertheless you
want to squeeze it even more. yes,
you
I think.
retreat. Maybe she's trying to win some time for time trouble to think more. I don't know. But what I love to see is that she played knight e5 here, not even taking the pawn.
This also seems to be a very strong move. Yes, it's,
Where do we go?
putting the black king in a very uncomfortable situation, right?
to say it very
The
mildly, right?
king is naked, you know.
Exactly, very mildly. So if we go here, the most natural, then I think a simple a3 might...
Yeah, because c6 is hanging, right?
Yeah, and this strong knight on d5 is not so strong anymore, right?
And the problem is, I captured your pawn, and still, all the dynamics is on my side,
Exactly.
right? I'm in control of the position.
Exactly. So this is a horrible situation to be in Harika's place, and she goes king g8, but the rook on h8 is cut off.
Yeah, it will take some time. H6, king, h7, rook comes into the game, but meanwhile you'll lose
Do
one
we
or
have time for that,
One
yeah?
or two pawns, yeah, right.
How do we proceed here? Some rook d6? Or a3 anyway.
A3, 95.
But 95, yeah, it's
Yeah.
red, so. You know, there are players in such positions that they would just lose on time because they would be afraid to ruin the position. It's such a great
So it's
position,
good,
right?
so good, yeah, that every move you make probably would worsen it.
Exactly.
Retreating with bishop.
Yeah, prophylactic, yeah?
That
I'm
was my
thinking
thought.
about it. But on the other hand, do you really make such a move in this position?
Probably not. Anti-positional, right?
Okay, let's try to go for something concrete. Why not?
Okay.
So we try to defend with black somehow. Let's see if we... Too many weaknesses, right? If we protect like that and just one pawn goes and then... But should be careful.
Because of bishop is hanging on f4, right? So it's
Sure.
your Trojan horse.
Well, you said you felt it.
Yeah,
You
that's why I
wanted to go...
retreat. No, but you still
even
had
here,
rook
even
d4, yes, so
yes.
you will
Yeah,
survive.
it's by the time, as you said exactly, by the time we get out, all our pieces will be like 2 pawns down. Yeah,
Rook d4, knight c6, okay. It doesn't work so clearly, but...
not like that. Yeah, okay. Let's see how we play it. No, bishops we just take,
Yes.
right? So
Simple,
it doesn't
simple.
work. Yeah. All right. Shall we take a look at another game? So our leader, one of, by the way, yeah, we have two leaders, Jiner and Anna Muzychuk. They are on +2, both of them. And Anna Muzychuk is playing against Stavroula Tsolakidou here. And we also have some interesting tactics here. You see?
Was it a
very-
blunder or...
Let's call it a
Or a
sacrifice.
positional
I think
sacrifice.
it's a positional sacrifice.
But
Because-
still, you're opening files.
You're
towards
opening
my
files, and
queen.
again, and we have a lot of going on for us, right? With black, we have a bishop pair, very strong bishops. And how does white develop? And this is again, and this is also something that the modern chess taught us to do, right? Those much more positional sacrifices that you just play for a long-term initiative, and this part of modern chess I like a lot.
So I think that all the sharpest movements are still ahead in this game. Because now it's, that you have a feeling that both armies have mobilized their forces, yes, and then trying to find the momentum for the
For the
attack,
breakthrough,
yes,
yeah.
for the breakthrough.
Absolutely. And look at this is actually very interesting. Look at the bar. So white is a
equal,
healthy pawn up, but black has at least sufficient compensation here.
True.
Yeah?
Rightly you say that two bishops, like two snipers, targeting the white and the white king.
Yeah, absolutely.
Files opened, advantage in development, very dynamically positioned pieces.
So a very interesting choice by Anna, and of course she did not blunder this pawn, right? It was
The leaders
definitely.
never blunder, even if they make a mistake. That's
We were just yesterday. We were talking about this yesterday. So chess players, they don't never say I blunder. Yeah, I forgot.
I
right?
forgot.
That's what we say. Yeah? I forgot about this bishop. So okay, so this is interesting. And another game that the second leader.
no, but tell me, what would be the plan for Anna's if you were
sure.
Anna?
If I
Yeah.
were, that's. I cannot even
So
pretend.
wear
to-
the black shoes now.
I think I would strongly consider playing something like 95 at
Why?
some point to
Distract
get
the
rid of
only
the
defendant.
exactly. There is exactly. So I would.
I'm here to ask
say-
you stupid questions. Yes, you need to give the smart answers.
When we are attacking, right, there is a balance of attackers and defenders, and if we have 3 attackers and 1 defender, it's much
So cut the legs of one defender.
it's much better to have 2 attackers and no
Yeah.
defenders, right?
So that's why an experienced chess player would naturally consider such move as one of the first options, because that's the most direct way how you get rid of the sole piece that is defending the white king, right?
Exactly, exactly. So maybe it doesn't work dynamically, right? Tactically, maybe it doesn't work, but this is something we would like to consider first. And we were just speaking about candidate moves. What else? So we need to get more than one, right? Or how do you calculate? So do you kind of try to see all the moves and then go one by one, or
think,
you
with
go
experience-
depth first?
No, I
and
think that for an experienced player, you first do the deduction. You have the candidate moves. Sometimes it's only one move because you see that all the others somehow do not work. Yes, and then only you go in depth and start with the most direct and concrete variation, and then get to the more vague ones. Yes, if the concrete one works, yeah, that's a good answer. If it doesn't, again, you save your time. You get rid of it and spend your time on the next one that would need more of not calculation but of
brain power.
brain power. Yeah, brain power. Yes, with various directions. Yes.
But you need to be very, very, structured in your thinking, right? Not to come back to those lines that you have already calculated. And
if you are in a good shape, that comes naturally.
Right.
I think this is the way how you feel that you are not in your best shape when you start coming back to some variations that you have already calculated.
do it all the time now, yeah.
The less experience you have in the tournaments, the less you play, the less practical grip you have, the more often it happens. Yes, you have your understanding of the position. You can make your evaluations. You can be much smarter than the ones who play. Yes,
But you lose to them somehow.
but
right?
you would lose the game probably yourself because of this factor that you come back and waste your time. Yes, to the variations that should require quick decisions, right?
And oftentimes it can affect what you do then, right? Because if you start blundering in your calculations, then you say, okay, that's not my day. Maybe it's better to go for a safer line.
Yes, yes, and then you play some intuitive line and
And you
lose
still
your
still
momentum.
blunder.
Yes, and you still blunder, but you lose your momentum. Yes, and then it's like, I had a winning game. You did not have a winning game if you missed your opportunity. Yes.
True for chess and life as well.
That's
right?
the sportive part of it, yes. Otherwise, chess would not be a sport. It would be just a science.
Just
But we
science.
have a combination of arts for sports and science, right? And the
That's-
sportive part is this element that, even if you didn't play the perfect game, you were better in this one. And it was a combination of various factors, your preparation and also, among many others, your physical endurance and sharpness of your brain at this very moment, yes.
Exactly. Okay, so we
So
can...
other alternatives might be just get another piece into the battery, rook d8, something like that would come to my mind, yes. Again, easy. Look which position doesn't still work and then get them work, yes. Because it's a war game. If your soldiers sit back doing nothing, you cannot win the war, right?
Right.
You need to get them work massively, complementing each other, putting them in the best position so that they can help you as the general of the war.
Well, you would love the synergy of your pieces, right? That all of them together having more than each.
Correct.
each
And
one.
you showed an interesting plan, queen going to the back
Yeah.
position. So, what a strange idea. But that's a smart idea because you get the most valuable piece out of the, walkway of the fighters whom you are not afraid to sacrifice.
Exactly, yeah, from the sniper's view.
Yeah.
Exactly. So there are many, and another way to approach such positions would be to ask, what does my opponent want to do, right?
correct.
And if
And then do
she wants to
prevention.
develop, then we go for some prophylactics, and we say, okay, she wants to develop probably to play bishop d2. Then we can go maybe rook d8. As we speak, Anna did just that. And for instance, and we
Now,
keep the idea of
now
95.
if bishop comes out to d2, of course, the knight
Now
e5
95,
comes, yes.
exactly.
Beautifully. Distraction of the knight that is now suddenly overloaded with protecting the king and also protecting the bishop on d2. Right?
Exactly. So this is a very, that just comes to explain how a grandmaster comes to such moves. Okay, so Stavroula will think for a while, and we can go to this game, which looks interesting to say the
Again,
least.
all in.
All in, yeah.
All in.
I mean, this
I like
tournament,
the
it's
sharp
been like
positions,
that
right.
the whole tournament, so...
So Goryachkina is the overall leader in the series, right?
Yeah, and she's a very heavy favorite because she won the first leg and she tied for first in the second. But this is her last
And I
tournament.
must admit that I have not had the chance to look through the games of this event, but during the previous one in Monaco, she was probably the most stable player, demonstrating the stability and quality in each of the games.
And she's been playing very, very stable so far in this tournament as well. And we can see, this looks like a draw offer. Yes, and Jujiner just took on g6, and it looks
And
like a
there's a
perpetual
check,
at least,
yeah?
right? But
Unless
there's not
there's a-
much more because of the we cannot
You
take
cannot
on
take
g3.
and get some rook
We would
helping.
exactly. We would love
to
to
mate,
move the
right.
king to make a reverse castle. Yeah. So this doesn't work, and I think we should expect
Probably a nice handshake of two
exactly.
opponents. And the first result of
How
today.
did we got
right?
here? Look at this.
It's amazing that you play the sharpest game ever and
And then,
finish
yeah.
with perpetual check, right?
What to do? If both players play well, that's what happens. Okay, so after bishop, we left the game here, and the black started pushing on the king side. Knight e1. Transferring the knight probably to a better place on e3. Ah, d4. How they say, when your opponent attacks on one of the flanks,
Attack
you
in the
attack
center
in
or the other one, right?
Especially,
Because the king is there, yes. Yeah, that's an easy game, no? You spot where the opponent's king is
And attack there,
and
yeah,
go
but-
there.
I mean, what are those stories? Chess is such a difficult game. Come on. So, and then we open, and again, because black overextended, right, and the king is now vulnerable, we go there. What is this? Wow. Oh, okay, there was, okay, just took, played queen h6.
Okay, attacking on h5 and...
Attacking on h5, and as a bailout, we have bishop h4 and queen g6, right? Not yet, sorry. We need to bring the bishop first. Okay, so knight g6, knight d3, h4,
and bishop c4.
bishop c4. Now, this is tricky.
So it's interesting, yes, that when your opponent attacks your piece, so there are several options. You run away, you kill the attacker, or you create a counterattack, yes?
Exactly.
And this is the very nice example of creating a counterattack.
So we use the pin to attack the knight, but I want to ask you, what would happen if had we played this?
So probably something like knight d5.
Knight e5. And now...
Because if you take knight d5, then bishop comes, and
Yeah,
then
I
you've
actually
got
I
some
want to take the bishop, or both of them, if I'm...
knight
May I?
g6, knight g6,
I won't have a chance, you say, yeah?
check,
Take,
check,
check, I go here.
and
Am I not a piece up here by mistake?
By mistake, you are. I'm not sure if it's a mistake, but yeah.
I have to say that why am I looking at this? Because when we came to this position, the bar was favoring black. And after this, it's zeros,
It's zero.
right? And then we probably will see the handshake. But what happens? Sorry, let's rewind.
Bishop
So
e6.
bishop e6 looks natural, right? Well, look,
Well,
that's a
worth
move you
considering,
have
of
to
course.
exactly.
Yes.
Maybe
bishop
maybe in bishop e5.
But
yeah?
does it work? Knight e5?
95, and then taking g3 even?
Yes,
maybe,
I
no?
take knight c. Bishop
Or even
c4.
g3 mid. Okay, but
There's
we
no direct
can
threat.
take. Yeah,
I mean,
not even a check. How can you play with not having a check?
no check, no party.
Exactly. I take black here. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Look at this beast.
Exactly for that beast, of course.
Wow. So
Probably we don't see something, but
and
what the
you know,
alternatives are.
here we see they call the arbiter because there is the 40 move rule. You are not allowed to offer draws
Unless
unless
it's a repetition, right? It doesn't seem like this has been a pre-agreed game. Or at least
absolutely
they
not.
have been very creative, yes.
Absolutely not. And but you know, I'm actually quite surprised because, as you said, Aleksandra has been very solid here. But here she is playing against the leader of this tournament, and for Gershon, this is her first leg. So she has all the three tournament or
In a row.
two more tournaments left. And you have this golden opportunity, I think, with black to play for a win against the leader, and also maybe if you manage to win, you kind of clinch your spot. Again, unless we are missing something badly here. But it definitely looks like worth
Bishop
checking.
e6,
Yeah.
yes.
Maybe. Okay. White has maybe the option of taking and taking.
And now suddenly you don't have G3, right?
You don't have
Because,
G3. You don't have
bishop
the H pawn
controls it.
anymore. So there are many things you don't have. And there we see a handshake, and the game is over. So Gershon and Jiner-Goryachkina finished in a draw. A clash of one of the leaders. Gershon now has 3.5 points out of 5.
But even here, I think if we look at this position, why not to take on H4 and then King G7, because I still have my monster black square bishop, and the H file is open towards your king, and I don't know, probably Queen G.
Queen G5,
Five
yeah.
is
So
probably
we
an
need to check
option,
it
right?
first. Maybe,
Or I could
but
be slow. I mean, F6, start
exactly,
with F6.
exactly.
Prevention
I
first,
wanted
and
to-
then gives me another
and you can go from here.
yeah,
even,
another
yeah?
alternative with bringing rook along the 7th file. And there's no comfortable spot for your knight. Okay, it can come
Where?
very slowly. I don't know. Rook
If we manage to install it to
rook
F5, but
C1,
it's
E2, G3, but it's too slow,
it's
I
a
guess.
very long journey. Yeah? Maybe we have to do that, but
But it's too slow. Rook F7 comes immediately with
yes, and we will have
or
to.
King G7. Yes, so it's.
How do we even play here?
Yeah, interesting. Bishop P6 was
Definitely
worth.
worse. It's interesting to
considering,
see if we manage to get an interview from the players. It would be interesting to hear their thoughts about this position. Okay, so we have another game.
Olga.
Olga against Mariya Muzychuk. Oh, and
So at least some
there
positional
was
games.
yeah, but look
Game
how
as
it
well.
started here.
Yeah. Wow.
And then it
And it's not the blitz so rapid, yes.
exactly, but it's
Trans-
already a second game in a row, a second round in a row when white plays h4, move 2 or 3.
So we have some fashion lines. G4, now it's H4.
So we are, and this, yeah, this turned out to be quite a solid positional game. Quite typical, actually, right? So white has this space advantage, but black has some pressure along the C file
The
with
minority attack.
the exactly minority attack, and this bishop, the Goofeld bishop, right, is very strong. Who do you prefer here?
I think black.
Right? Yeah.
Because
But it's really a matter of personal preference, right?
Because true, because it's equal, objectively equal, right?
Yeah, I love this this duo, right? The knight on e5 and the bishop on g7. Okay, but for the argument's sake, I will take white.
You have to be very careful with this minority attack, because if you would exchange two rooks, then suddenly your pawn on b5 becomes a weakness, right?
Exactly.
Because your king is too far, mine is already in the center, you know.
Let's just illustrate that, what you're saying. So, for instance, we do that, right? Just to illustrate. And we pretend there are no checks and stuff. So...
And suddenly, yeah, I have a potential to make a passing pawn, or even better, I don't exchange, I go and capture it, right?
Right, exactly, and it's much more difficult for black to create a passed pawn here.
So digging deeper, probably there is a reason why
White might be
you should
better,
consider white. But then the question is, what's the plan for white?
But again,
right?
black does not have to play it b5.
Yeah, of course, but
she will play it when she's ready and she wants to do that.
But then meanwhile, probably f3, g4 might come, you know, okay, rook g1, g4, something like that.
So you're saying that black is placed very beautifully, but not much to do.
If there's no specific plan available, then
there's no specific move
you
even here.
will run out of air, right?
So this one doesn't have a move, although it's so beautiful here.
And you cannot move e6 because of weakening d6.
Self-destructing, yeah.
It's not possible. Yeah, so.
So what are you saying? Chess is a difficult game after all?
Very rich in resources, and sometimes, you know.
By the way, there is another idea.
Yeah.
Maybe to go from here and ask how is your
Check your
rook
documents,
feeling?
but for now it's probably not.
What am I
nothing
missing?
dangerous because of bishop h6.
Oh, once I leave the diagonal, right? Yeah. This is a good point.
But okay, you can try to prepare rook c2, but then b5.
b5 will, yeah.
So there's some dynamics, right?
So f3, I like your move f3, as if to say, okay, you want to play b5? Be my guest, right?
Because it's not clear how black can improve the position, right? So that's the challenge.
Okay, but now we let's consider a little bit. So it's probably a b5 is probably a mistake, right? We want to get rid of this bishop. Okay. What do you think? Do we? Yeah, I think so, right? The bishop on d7 is...
What if I don't take it?
Then I will take yours.
I cannot, yes.
Yeah, you cannot because...
Yes. My plan was to retreat on d1, a4, and then come back.
Yeah. but unfortunately,
it
doesn't work because of this.
Yeah, for many reasons, but it doesn't work.
This is one of them. The most convincing, maybe.
So I have to take?
You have to, and we have to probably...
a4?
Check the most concrete way, right? Because... So we know that the king is not inside the square.
But no, you cannot afford that because of the simple 93. So
yes.
Still, probably
okay.
one extra
You're
move
right.
is needed.
Maybe, but okay. Let's maybe consider this one.
Yes.
Because
amazing.
Right?
Yeah. Normally, you would not give your bishop away, but
yeah,
here
but it's very concrete, right?
Yes.
So if we take, and now we are basically trying
Bishop
to...
d4 is probably one option how you keep it in control. Try to keep it in control. Right? Like,
Yeah, because then we will have some tempo against the bishop, right? While we're bringing the king.
Yeah, the question is if you try to keep it with your king, black king, or with your bishop.
Maybe both. Well, for instance, if we go here, here, and now we have this, and then we are in time to...
Because you also have to be careful. If you run too far, then your very strong pawn can suddenly become a sacrifice, right? Because it's left alone. So it's like, you know, a sole soldier sent to the back of the enemy's army, yes, and then it's like, oh, oops, I'm alone.
Exactly. But this looks promising for white, yeah?
Yeah, because there's also no real weaknesses on the other corner.
We managed to...
Other flank, I'm in control. There is no chance for the black pieces to create a passing pawn, at least in the short term.
And there's actually some chances for white to create it, yeah?
Yes.
Wow, so this might be an interesting development here. Well, it feels like we've went a bit too far, right? Just a tiny bit.
Yeah,
but
just
to illustrate,
the perspective here, because this is the way how the professional chess player would calculate. It's not about calculating 3 or 5 moves. They do see already this very end. Before making a move like b5, that's a great responsibility. They actually need to calculate and already consider if they will be able to keep this passing pawn in control.
Absolutely. So maybe you don't calculate move by move, but the general, right, the general perception and the analysis of this position, you must have an understanding of how it's going.
Correct. And otherwise, you never make a move like b5. You sit on your hands.
Exactly. Or maybe you make it once, and the next games you never make them, right? So, all right. So this is interesting, and. So, what is our prediction to play f3 here?
If it was my game, that would be the move, yes.
But you know, bishop e3, I still want to say that bishop e3 is f4 is a threat.
Do you really want to weaken
I
your
don't
g4?
want to weaken, but I want to weaken to win the exchange.
Hungrypeople.com.
Yes.
I see your point, but is it that dangerous?
This I don't know.
What comes after Bishop f5 is not a good one.
Bishop f5. I was also thinking about it.
Just to prevent, you know, our bishop b6, I leave a square for my rook.
Maybe I can go with the knight to b6 now.
Yeah, might be
but
an option.
You're not too scared. And you know what Olga played? She played a4.
So she's preventing b5, but I'm...
It's a very non-nonsense approach, yeah.
No,
but sometimes maybe you want to allow your opponent if you think it's good.
Yes, this was my thinking, because that would be a natural move, a4, because I know, okay, black prepares b5. a4 is then the logical prevention. But since we saw that b5 is actually a questionable move for black, why not to provoke him or her? So this is why I would prefer the idea that you suggested, bishop e3 or f3.
One of them,
you know, waiting, because black does have the problem now to understand how to improve their position. If b5 doesn't work immediately, and seemingly it's not the best alternative, then wait. Let them think. Let them be tortured for a little bit.
Yeah, that's a very valid. Although, you know, you might also argue that b5 is pretty much the only active plan for black. So if I take it away,
but now
what do you do?
Now probably I would take my knight and put on c5.
Oh, but like that.
Yes.
Aha.
Okay, not
Yeah.
my game. That's why I'm so
No, that's
creative.
actually, and by this you are also saying that with the after playing before b3 a4, we weakened, right?
Correct.
So
That was the idea.
that's the idea. So very
And actually,
interesting.
b5 is also an alternative to be considered instead of bishop f5.
But
Not
yeah,
sure
I
if it
thought
works,
but now I think the point is that we will play a5 in the end. What do you think?
So that might be the whole point, yes, and not
so-
taking.
And
No, but
not even taking,
A5.
but a5, yeah. And this I like a lot.
Yeah, this is nice. This is nice for white.
But Mariya listened to you, and she played bishop f5.
Sure. Hello, Mariya. Good girl. Okay, we are strict in fair play control, so. it was
But
not
sometimes,
easy.
you know, sometimes they behave as if they listen
To you,
to
yes.
us, and it's not a good idea. All right, so after bishop f5, you kind of explained the main ideas, especially that we are driving the knight away, right? So knight on c5 will be very, very well placed. Shall we? What do you want to see?
Is there a next move already?
Oh, there is, knight
Knight
g5.
g5?
Knight g5,
I
interesting.
think it's the wrong field that the knight is going to.
Where would we? Where would you like to?
No, I don't
see
understand
it?
where it's going to.
Yeah,
This is the
it's
reason.
unclear. Maybe she wants to prevent e6 or somehow. I'm not sure. But we also see that the bar dropped, and this is a big, big hint that.
You mean the white bar dropped after knight
so
g5?
it says
That shows
black has
some advantage for black.
some substantial advantage even. And this is a big hint for us that we should look for something that the players hopefully don't have.
Probably knight h6 is something to be considered.
Sorry, where?
Bishop h6.
Bishop h6. Well,
f6, of
this-
course. I'm not going to
wow.
take your knight. Oh, no.
And wow.
I want your black squared bishop.
For free.
Or at least to exchange it, because then there's no
Admit it
bishop
for free. You want
b6.
it
I
for
can
free.
sit and, relax on c7 with my
But
rook.
Anna played, Mariya played very fast. She played knight d7.
Back.
So she did listen to you.
So she's consistent.
She's very
Consistency
consistent.
is a strong
And
character, yes. So if you've got a plan, follow it, right?
yeah, exactly.
I don't know
What's
if you
your plan?
remember. I don't know if you remember. There's a cartoon in
the Russian cartoon,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
Soviet
Russian cartoon
cartoon.
about the
Mr.
Mr.
Fix,
Fix.
what's
He's
your
a
plan?
bad guy who wanted to distort the good guys traveling around the world, and he always had a plan. How to distort them, and he always asked himself, Mr. Fix, have you got a plan? And he had a good answer. I've got a plan. I've got 2 plans. So since my childhood, I remember that it's better to have a bad plan than a no plan.
All right. So, but I think your idea was even better.
So talking about the knights, my feeling is that black has a clear plan where they want to put their knight, while the white player is a little bit confused. At least I don't understand where the white knight
On
is
g5,
heading to.
I agree.
Yes.
I think the best move maybe was this.
Yeah, because then it again
Preventing
asks the documents of the black player and tries to understand what do you want and now how do you solve this issue with your white squared bishop. Yes,
Absolutely.
you would need to react. You would not give it away. Yes.
Yeah, so this is obviously a very bad idea. Well, not obviously, but probably a very bad idea, right?
Bishop d1.
the beauty of the bishop, yeah. Exactly, and that's just in game over, I think. So knight g3, yeah? And then what? Then black would have to...
Probably repeat.
Yeah.
Unless white would find some
And I think
better
white
alternative,
does
f3
have
or
exactly.
knight e3, yes. Bishop e3,
Even
sorry,
improve
yes.
slow, maybe even I
A5,
would make an
yes.
argument for a5, yes. Because, you know, I still have this idea of putting the bishop on b6. Yeah, so this would definitely be to white's advantage. And then now, I definitely take black now. Of course, having seen the bar, but even without the bar, even without the bar.
Yeah, you see, it was seemingly a very simple position, not as sharp as those other games, yes, but you make a few moves, you know, you lose the trace, and suddenly you turn out in a worse position, yes.
Exactly, yeah. And that's the beauty of chess.
So you need to have a plan.
Mr. Fix.
Side showed that Mr. Fix of the white didn't have a plan.
Fantastic. Well, Dana, you have probably other important things to do. Thank you so much for visiting us.
Thank
it
you
was
so much.
a pleasure
It was
to
enjoyable.
have you here. And we'll take a short break and don't go anywhere. We'll be soon.
No, go, have your coffee or tea and come back for some marvelous women chess.
See you on the other side of the break. Thank you.
In a land bathed in light, two unstoppable journeys set sail for greatness. The road wasn't easy, demanding sacrifice, grit and unwavering commitment. But with courage and dedication, we rose to the top, with victory standing tall as our guiding lighthouse, illuminating the path ahead. We are Freedom 24. Born in Cyprus, we conquered Europe.
Welcome back to the round 5 of the 4th Women's Grand Prix tournament here in Cyprus. We keep commenting together with Alik. I just switched with Dana. You were so energetic, you know, checking all the games. But so let's check together with viewers like what changes have happened during this break. I think now we can jump to the game between Stavroula, Tsolakidou and Dzagnidze-Deshmukh and see what's happening there.
Yeah, definitely. So the games are really exciting today. Even the draw that ended between Jiner and Aleksandra-Goryachkina, it was very intense, very interesting. And we thought that Aleksandra could have even tried to keep playing for a win. And this means that the fact that Jiner made a draw, this means that Anna can take a sole lead if she wins,
point,
right?
Actually, yes. And but does she has any chances here? Does she have any chances?
Well, after her a very interesting pawn sacrifice, the long-term positional pawn sacrifice, so we left the game here after Rook D8. We said that she has a lot of compensation for the pawn that she sacrificed because of those beautiful 2 bishops, and the fact that White is not well developed at all. And let's see what happened here.
Yeah, so the question is if it's enough compensation.
Exactly.
But yeah, I see that the computer likes the position of black. Like, what would you think that is? You mentioned 2 beautiful bishops, yes, but also white.
White now also,
bishops, yes.
yeah. It looks like she did. Sorry, misclicked. White managed to reasonably solve the issues of development.
And I think,
but look at this.
It
We
seems
have some
like
more
she will
moves.
gain this.
There is another problem. The queen is somehow vulnerable here.
Yes, after queen h3.
So queen h3 and now knight e4.
Four.
Look at this domination. So all the pieces, all black pieces are fantastically placed.
Exactly, yes, but I'm trying to figure out what is the threat right now from black after knight e4. Like, yes, you mentioned that this queen is really like not greatly placed, but at the same time,
maybe we want to even at some point take on e3, right? Don't forget that we have this fantastic bishop. So, for instance, it's hard to make a non-move for white here.
I don't know,
but
like
let's say
c1, like just for
okay,
fun.
you don't want to fun. This is your idea. Your ideas of
it's
fun.
Usually, yes. I mean, I try to attack this queen, to maybe even exchange a few pieces, but maybe it's not the best idea because I don't want to give up c file. But what can happen?
See.
So,
you know what can happen? Oh, you will love this move, I think.
here, knight
Yes, fire on the board.
Uh-oh.
Look at this. No, I think this is beautiful.
This beautiful.
If
I
it works,
take with the rook
if you
first,
take
yes.
with the king, then check.
And then, yes, you take on c1,
And take on c1, and I think me taking on c1 is the least of your problems here.
Looks like, yes.
I would even consider sacrifice, but this probably doesn't work. It's almost a checkmate, but
almost, but
it's not. Okay.
yes, because knight d2 and king f3, yes. Oh no.
Or even
actually,
no, maybe king. Maybe you can just.
no, let's
sorry.
try. I mean, it's like it's really fun.
It's too beautiful to
Yes.
not try. Yes. So
Exactly,
go here.
yes.
Go
Even
here.
if we're wrong, I mean, just we have.
Pieces are not ours. We can do
Yes.
that.
Yeah, but so how to continue this attack? Yes, if rook d1 was a checkmate, but it's not. Yes, for the moment at least.
Yeah, we need to bring the knight to e3, and then it will be checkmate.
Yeah, but it seems like it's too long.
Not enough.
Yes, not enough for the moment. Okay, let's come back and
But we
see
can,
what
yeah,
else.
but we can
don't
say
need to
that
do it.
here we can just take.
Take the rook, yes. You taught me before that if you can just take some material,
Exactly, yes.
why to calculate anything else? So we just take the rook. We didn't say anything after queen c2. So it looks really great, but there were other options, like of course after knight f2, there was also rook c7, but then we take this queen with check, yes, but we have to show it,
yeah.
yes.
So
Knight
here,
f2.
knight f2.
I mean, this is beautiful.
If it works, it's beautiful. Then this wins, right? So we
yes.
can even check first, and then
And then take this rook.
Take the
and
rook
we
just to
have
exchange
material.
up and the whole position.
And we'll have the best for the end. Yes, if we take with
Best
the
for
rook.
last.
Yes, so
Still
first check, take rook c1.
check.
So you have to play rook f1. I don't think there is
You
any
can
sense.
play knight e1, but that's too
yes,
many
it's the
pieces, I
same.
think, and it's.
But there is a bit of difference that queen will be connected.
Yeah,
but
you will
it's
have
still
to.
not
You
really
will
hard.
have to sacrifice the queen
Queen.
because this is checkmate.
Exactly.
But once you sacrifice the queen, I think it's
The funny thing, you first take on f1 was check. Yes, that's important.
take
like
with check and take
intermediate
here,
move.
and
then
rook,
knight a3, yes.
extra rook. I think we win easily. So
Yeah. So
it goes
knight
to
f2,
show the strength of black's position, right?
Yeah, so no, knight f2 was really impressive. I mean, it's it's a really nice move.
Yeah,
I didn't see it coming from far. So rook c1, it seems like was not just possible to play. So we are checking all the games, and I must say that now on the screens we can see Stavroula, who is trying to find a way. So she actually played this instead of rook c1. She decided to go for knight c5, right? And
Yes, and now
after and gave back the pawn.
gave back the pawn, but
advantage.
neutralized a lot of the activity of black's activity. This bishop on a7 was really very important for
Yeah.
her.
So I just wonder why black decided to take with bishop, like, and keep the knight in the center. I mean, there was another option maybe to take it with the knight, but perhaps it didn't work that well.
It was one of the options to keep, although the knight on e4 is also very strong.
Yes, yes. So it's like a good choice between two. Yeah. So obviously it was also like a possibility. So now that we are checking the planned venue, we can see that Stavroula Tsolakidou is like really concentrated on her game against Anna Muzychuk. Let's not forget that for the moment, Anna shares her lead with Jiner, but if she manages to win this game, she will become a sole leader of the tournament. And yeah, so we'll keep an eye on this game definitely. For the moment, it seems like Stavroula managed to neutralize all possible threats of black, like the direct threats with those beautiful lines with knight f2. So, but now we have a big surprise for all of you, and we are joined by Viswanathan Anand, 5-time world champion and also FIDE deputy president. Vishy, I'm so happy to see you here. Hello, how are you doing?
Nice to see you, and yes, some nice games today.
Yeah, exactly. So it's actually, I know that you were here also back in 2023 during the same event, Women Grand Prix tournament, but at that time it was sixth event. It was, the last event of the series, but now we have the fourth event, 2 events to go, and we have 2 Indian players participating. How, are you checking the games actually? And how are you actually these days? We didn't see you that often.
Yes, I've been having some quiet time, but I'm following the games and all. And yes, today I saw that Stavroula against Anna was interesting pawn sack.
Yes,
and,
exactly.
I was not very familiar with bishop b6. I thought the move was knight d7, but bishop b6 also, the problem for white is simply this bishop on c1 and the trouble you go to get it out.
Exactly, but I mean, she played really creatively, and just now we were discussing with Alik this position, and Stavroula decided that yes, enough is enough. Let's change some pieces and get to the position without material advantage, but perhaps without the initiative for black at the same time. So yeah, I mean, we were focused on this game, but what can you say about the 2 Indian players we have in this event, like Divya and Harika, experience and youth? And I was just wondering, what do you think about young player and her style and her popularity in India right now? Like, what's happening? Like, bring us some news.
Sure. Obviously, both of them have got to they were congratulated in many places for their contribution to the result in Budapest in the Olympiad. And that was, of course, a remarkable result because I think it was harder for them to show this, and even They had to come back in some critical moments in this Olympiad, but they did a great job. The men's team almost was a kind of dream team, but I think the women's team deserve a lot of credit for how they won.
So it was not obvious that they will win. I mean, they were not they were one of the favorites, right? In this Olympiad.
Yes, and they have an attractive style. Divya likes to play quite aggressively. In this tournament, it's not gone that great so far.
This is what I wanted to mention. Like in this tournament, we noticed with Alik that she converts and she transfers almost all the games into the ending and tries to just hold it, or even, I mean, without any problems. By the way, she didn't have problems except the game was against Anna. Like, and we were wondering, like, what happened? Like, is it that her opponents tried to bring her to these kind of simple positions? Maybe they're afraid of her aggressive style. Like,
it's possible. I mean, people are constantly changing their style, their approach, depending on the opponent, and maybe they have all come to this conclusion that that this is the right approach against Divya.
Yeah.
Harika tends to get a lot of long end games. I don't know why. It's just her kind of style, maybe. But anyway,
yes.
Anna is doing very well.
Yes,
so
yes,
is,
+2 right now, and now that we were talking about young Indian player, we can probably open also the position. So one more ending, as you can see, it's the 5th one in this tournament. And
to be fair, this was a theoretical battle with
yes.
nothing much happening. Once you get to this knights and opposite colored bishops, there isn't really much that's going to happen. It's a well-known Nimzo Indian.
So both were aware?
Both were aware, and Nana equalized comfortably. I don't think there's anything serious happening here.
Yeah.
I can just play rook takes f3, and that's absolutely fine.
Yes, and after that it seems
because
like
if you attack my... oh, no, wait a minute. Then there's bishop f4. If I go rook takes f3...
Yes, so like we have the mice here.
So if I do that...
this is our board. Yes,
sorry.
Then
I take... and bishop f4.
Bishop f4.
So if
and
bishop d4, then if I take like this, then you have this move bishop f4, and white is going to win a piece.
Yes, and bishop e4 it's rook d8. Yes, that's a problem.
That's a problem.
To
whereas instead of bishop f4, if you had gone bishop d4, then I would have gone bishop e2 or something.
Yeah.
But
so
I suspect bishop takes f3 is going to be totally fine. She's gone a6 even.
Just
this I'm not so sure of. It's of course well within the drawing space, if you like, but it is an extra pawn, and also the white king can come up to here. It can go like this. These dark squares give white some opportunity. Obviously, on the queen side, black is completely safe. But here, let's think how white can. One thing white can do right away is rook d8 check.
Rook d8 check and just exchange the rooks.
So probably you want to exchange this rook, because if you exchange this rook, oh God, this thing is. And now I can do something like bishop f4 or d4.
Yes, so
maybe d4 to protect this pawn. It's true that you have this check, and then you can try to exchange the rooks right away on the square. So
probably.
But for me, this a7 pawn is so unimportant. So I would have taken on f3 maybe.
Yes, still. You mean with the bishop?
Yes. There might be some tactical issues. As we discussed, I have to take it to the bishop.
What didn't she like in this position? Like bishop a7?
I think after bishop a7, you have a little problem here. That if, for instance, you go to some random square like this, then I give a check. You have to come here, and I win the rook like this.
Bishop d4, it's very, very nice.
So if bishop f3 and I take on a7, I think the simplest is just this. Now if you go here, I just go here.
with
And
another
I'm willing
rook.
to exchange all rooks.
Yeah.
And I think this pawn will easily stop these two. She went a6.
Maybe she doesn't feel that she's risking to lose in this game.
Hang on, let me go king g2.
King g2, yes, and
So if possible, I'll play king g3, and it's an extra pawn. As they say, it's not much, but it's an extra one.
I agree. Yes, it's an extra pawn, and yes, you can play this position forever, right? Like just.
It's worth
defending it.
trying, and you find that surprisingly people lose these games because it is
surprised
unpleasant
at all.
to. I mean, it feels like it's not very dangerous, but suddenly it slips out of your hand.
Exactly. Like if you try to exchange one rook, like I mean, playing something like rook d7. I mean,
Yes,
then
rook d7 is the obvious one, but then let me take, and let me go bishop d4.
yes, just.
So
I
you
go
play
back
rook
maybe.
e1.
Yes, rook e1
You
first.
play one to do escape. I mean, to exchange this.
Yes.
I could just go king g3.
Defending against this bishop b5 idea, yes, like.
Yes, and if you go bishop b5, you're threatening rook e2. That is
I don't know how
slightly
much I'm
awkward.
threatening. Like even yes, because rook a2 will be if you
Yes.
play rook f1. Yes, so
So that is black. But
yeah, once
let's do this again. King g2.
I go rook d7.
Bishop b5 doesn't help because I
yes.
give a check. How do you kind of... Black could do this, but the problem is then white may be 2 pawns up later.
Yes, you don't weaken this pawn
Yeah.
with non-h4. Yes. So,
do I
but Divya is still thinking about this position.
Anyway,
like King
I
G2
think
like
black
very
is
obvious.
still very safe, but if white ends up winning this game, then we may say, look, it maybe wasn't a nice idea to
Just to take on
give a
this
pawn like this.
Exactly. So if we can jump to Harika's game, because I don't know if you saw the beginning of the game. This like it was like opening.
I thought she was lost,
catastrophe.
actually.
Yes.
I thought she was completely lost. In fact, she is completely lost.
It seems like it's not getting better with with.
No, at some point I looked at the game and I couldn't believe. I mean, black had 3 weaknesses, 3 pawn islands, and the worst position, and just the white's fully developed and.
Can you try to
opening
explain what
catastrophe.
happened?
Well,
You know,
let's find
it
out.
was like at the beginning was knight c3. She started like this, and then d4. So it's like central opening with some knight c3, knight
Actually,
f6.
you see it right away.
Yeah. What? I had a feeling she missed the castling, but I don't know.
I mean, first of all, bishop c5, bishop f4. I think sometimes you just have to play d6 and just play.
Yeah.
You might be worse, but she tried too hard with this queen e7 check, queen e2, and this, and then she had to play this, and we got this broken pawn structure.
Exactly, yes, because probably bishop f2, this is what maybe she was hoping for, but we discovered with Alik that it didn't work for black.
And then my feeling would be just to bite the bullet and sack the pawn. But anyway, it's
it would be the second
it's no
already.
fun.
It's,
Yeah.
I mean,
It'll be, no, white,
no, it
black
will
has
be-
regained 1
yes.
pawn, so it's still a pawn. But this is completely lost.
Yeah.
On top of, as they say, not only is white up in material, but also has the better position. So b5, a4, everything is coming, and it's game over.
Yeah, Elisabeth
Plus
had very
rook
bad
d2,
tournament.
d7, yes.
Elisabeth had like -3 in this event, like half a point out of 4. And I think today was the day that she decided to play just aggressively, this kind of opening which you play normally once and you don't come back
Sometimes
to
surprise value is very important because you can see Harika just couldn't react properly and gave her a free point just out of the opening.
it. Yes, exactly.
In fact, I think it's game over here. If I go rook e5, might be quite strong, but you don't even have to take so much trouble. You just play a4, b5. You just follow your plan. Or you start with b5, and that's it.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So perhaps maybe the first victory for Elisabeth. We'll see. It's still not over, but looks like a really bad position for Harika. And which
Maybe she
games-
confused something. Maybe
Yeah.
d5 works, but not after bishop c5. Maybe what she wanted was d5 somehow.
I don't know. Have you seen it before, like knight c3, knight f6, and then d4? Not d4
Nowadays, they
second.
try all
They-
this
yes,
stuff, and
you've seen everything, perhaps,
I-
in this
to
life.
to be honest, but it's not very serious, I must say. But still, it helps to know these sidelines because it's the difference between an easy game and wasting time, and even in on a really bad day, some rubbish. But if you get into a position like this without, like last year against Prug it was an Armageddon game, to be fair, but I didn't know what to do. I tried one thing, it worked. Immediately I understood I'd done the wrong one. I got so angry with myself that my position collapsed in 10 moves. This is this happens quite often. You get angry with yourself, you see that something didn't work out, you miss something, and you go. And that's the advantage of playing these unknown lines, that your opponent is stuck.
Sure, no
I think we can
surprises.
move on from this game, really.
The surprise
It's
is
just hard to
it's
watch.
important. Yeah, exactly. Yes, I understand what you mean. Before we go to the next game, I just wanted to ask you also, of course, about like what's happening in India right now. I'm sure you're following also like Gukesh movements. He's given like hundreds of interviews. He's participating in so many events. And I was wondering, like, when you became the world champion for the first time. Like, do you remember how it was with you when it happened? Was it the same attention? Like, is it very typical situation for all Indian players?
To some degree, I had something similar where I was traveling like crazy for 2 weeks, and then I tried to get back home to Spain at that point, and then I spent 4 days very quietly. But I had to block it because you constantly get invitations, but you have to tell them, look, I'm flying back on this day. This is my cutoff date, and you arrange everything that way. And we got back to Spain, and then a few days later I went to Icanze in
so
2001. So I mean, I wanted to get ready for that event, but of course, yeah, Gukesh is also very popular. So.
No, absolutely. And is it worrying a little bit for you? I mean, that he was like for so long time, it continues all those events, and how important is it, as you said, to cut off at a certain point and come back to chess? Like, do you feel that it's really important for the professional player to be able, to forget about all this publicity?
Well, I'm sure he's doing it. I mean, he took a few days off, but essentially he's not played most of February and March.
Yeah.
So then why not?
Then why not? Yes, you had a very good excuse. We can say it was coming. Yes,
Yes.
It's not the case right now. Was it difficult for you to kind of this period when you became the world champion, achieved such an important goal, and let's say what happened after? Like, did you need to kind of prove that now you are the best player in the world? Like, how this transformation was for you?
I think it's fine now. If you complain of the responsibility that comes with the title, then you probably shouldn't try for it. My own feeling was, I know what I have to do to play chess again, but in the meantime, you cannot neglect the public side of things also. You cannot say you want chess to be more popular, and then when it is, you cannot just hide. It's one or the other.
Yeah.
So you have to... you have to spend some time doing these public events are also important. They will help chess and keep chess in the public eye. So it's good he's doing it.
Yes, absolutely. No, I mean, sometimes people are complaining about the pressure. Like young Krzysztof Duda lately published this interview where he said it was too much pressure on him. Yes, so perhaps that's important to find some kind of a balance in life. Yes. So where we are going now? So
you can see what's happening.
Still in this
Elisabeth
game.
is pinning this queen. I don't know how to.
You mean it's the next?
Pinning the king, but the king cannot come to the square because there's a fork.
Wow.
And if a king doesn't come, the h4 is winning. Okay.
Wow. As you said.
Just to point out, there's even one more quick blow.
Oh.
Let's have a look at this game.
So
I think this one, I had the feeling white was better a few moves ago, but now there is nothing left of that.
Yeah, but I couldn't understand because I missed this period of time. Dana was here commenting, and I didn't understand like few moves before. As you said, computer was so optimistic, like somewhere there, even before knight c5, I think. Like computer was very optimistic about black's position, and I was trying to get it, like why it was like 1.5 for black, -1.5, and like.
Oh, I saw it much earlier. I saw it at a stage like this, and I thought, okay, this is sort of comfortable for white. But
then somehow
later on, somehow I think a4 didn't really work out, rotating this knight over here. Problem for white that I see is very hard to protect this b3 pawn. So then you really want the pawn on a2.
And then you have to
Because
give
you're
this
missing
bishop.
rook b1.
Exactly.
And in fact, having to give this is quite a concession.
Yes, so that's the main idea. That's why she brought the knight here, to threaten the pawn.
Wait a minute. Maybe the computer simply wants to play bishop h6. No, but then I can do this,
First.
and I can play f4.
F4.
And this, we block this diagonal, any
Yes.
attack.
F6, knight h3, yes.
E6,
Or knight e6
yeah.
is better, of course, yes.
Okay, it's true that bishop f4 is a strange square. You might as well put it on g5.
And speaking
Anyway, I think though it's fair to say that white is going to hold this without, if she doesn't make any big mistakes, because the position is holding. And I think given what she got in the game, this might be the most she can hope for.
Yeah, but we wanted to discuss this. We were discussing with Alik at the very beginning, like move number 4, white played h4. And also in the previous game yesterday, Harika, after move g6 of Olga, Badelka also played h4. Which is not a big surprise, but is it like new fashion right now?
Yes. I wouldn't say new fashion. It's already a few years old.
Yes.
These days, few years seems
It's
like a lot.
I
But
agree.
it leads to some incredible lines. I think they go something like maybe d5, they just play h5 and this kind of stuff. Also, I'm thinking knight c3, d5, h4 is that the line?
This is what
It's
also
got some
Alik
weird
was
lines, yeah.
mentioning. Yes, so in Grunfeld that you can play sometimes like h4, like
But these lines are very beautiful because you get some very sharp. I'll tell you the one I am familiar with: bishop g7, knight f3, castles, knight c3. Ah, no, not castles. Something
g5.
like this. Then you do this. And maybe h5 somewhere. What is the line? e5. Then I go knight g4. They just push everything forward, and
At
it's
certain
so
points.
tactical, but I don't even remember the details.
Yes, yes.
I don't know why it's giving me a pawn promotion dialogue, yeah.
Sometimes it does. Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know if we can close it.
How do we close this?
Yes, it's a good question. Yes, we got some pawn promotion here at this moment. Okay, maybe we can keep it.
Clear events?
Yeah.
Oh, this is embarrassing. Okay.
If we
May
go
put that
back,
there.
yes.
Yeah, the hell with it.
Exactly. So
So these kinds of
Muzychuk is-
lines were popular in the
for a few years
few
already.
years, and they lead to some very, very beautiful lines. But I think it's safe to say that now it's more refined. So what happened? If we go here and then we go back.
Yes. So now I think we can see both players
Yeah.
on our screen.
Okay, we're back. D6. And one thing is that in these positions, knight c6, the idea is often d5, knight e5, and you want to play f4.
Yeah, just
But-
1 second. I don't understand why we don't have a chessboard. Maybe it would be nice to get it back. Like, but for the moment, it's I think white to play. Yes, Olga is
Yes.
thinking right now about the position. We know that the system like was changed a little bit in women's chess, and now this event is like part of the World Championship cycle, and two players are going to promote to be promoted to the candidates tournament. Yes, and like Aleksandra Goryachkina now is leading in the tournament. But whom would you consider, let's say, as favorites in the whole series? Like, I mean, I have the list of players in front of me, and.
Look, it's hard to argue with two first places. I mean, one of them was shared, but still Goryachkina
now is,
has a lead, and that's got to mean something. But because she shared one first place,
and one she won,
one outright, that means that somebody else could theoretically overtake her.
Yeah. I mean, Hampi still needs to play one more event.
Yes.
And by the way, the next event will be held in India. And next Women Grand Prix, the fifth one, will be held in India. So many tournaments will have a Women Grand Prix event. Also, World Cup is going to take place in India. Are you planning to play there?
No, I'm not going to play the World Cup. I think that's clear.
No? But how will you be involved? What do you think?
I'll probably come for one of the ceremonies and go back. I mean, I don't know when it.
The dates.
No, the dates is thing. I don't know exactly what I'll be doing then, but I suppose I will visit the tournament.
Okay. I don't know if we have now the board back, because I've seen it for a second that we're back. Yes, so here we are.
And essentially, the problem is once you've played H4, you can never play F4 because this square then goes away permanently.
Yes.
And the knight can sit there forever. So that is one consequence of H4. So if you like, knight C6 says, you played H4, now I can play knight C6.
Yes.
And that is the...
And interestingly, she left this knight on F5, and she actually was ready that white could take it later. After bishop f4 was in the game.
How did it go? Knight e2, castles, d5, knight e5, knight g3.
First, yes. h5, I think she decided to stop it.
She went h5. I mean, by now, it doesn't seem so dangerous to me to allow h5 even. So maybe I should just play c6 and b5 and try to smash this thing open. But I have not played this opening in a long time.
It's hard. You always think about this h5 move. So.
And bishop f4. I mean, my feeling is something has gone wrong with white's plan, but.
Yeah. So she didn't take on f5, obviously. Decided to keep the bishop. Yes, and here we go. Yes, this position we've discussed for a bit. Yes, and the last game we actually didn't check is the game of Anna Muzychuk. So if we can have a look, I think we just started.
But this one ended up as a draw.
Yes, this one finished in a draw. Yes.
It was very pretty.
The game we're talking about, the game of Zhuzhiner and Aleksandra Goryachkina.
In this position, I was really trying to see if there was some clever way of
to continue, or
I mean, I thought of something along the lines of rook d8. But then if you go bishop c4, I can play rook d6 maybe.
Protect against queen g6.
Exactly.
Yes.
And then if queen takes h5, e5 is getting attacked. And I couldn't quite make it work.
Like it's hard to defend it if not possible.
So maybe they are familiar with this position and then they realized it's just a draw.
Yeah. I think it's a good result for Zhuzhiner, who keeps leading in the tournament. But now Anna Muzychuk got a chance actually to be ahead if she wins this position. And as you mentioned before, she sacrificed the pawn and she got quite nice position. And we were checking some funny lines with Alik, some crazy ideas. Just before her opponent decided to give back the material, like somewhere here, instead of knight c5, if she would have played like rook c1, we were checking like knight f2 moves. And I mean, it's in the air, right? It's the black pieces are so close to the king that it feels like something may happen. So that's why knight c5, I think, was played. and her opponent decided, Tsolakidou decided just to give this material back and to play position without all this pressure and tension.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a great decision, knight c5, but it seemed to me like logical.
But as you say, if rook c1, knight f2 is already a big
yes.
problem.
So what else?
Yeah.
No, maybe there is nothing else except of it.
Yeah.
And the final position, like the position which we have now, like what do you think about it? Like what is ending?
It looks very close to equality. But I'm wondering if, on the one hand, you can play e5 and kick that bishop, but then you've opened this diagonal.
Yeah, then bishop, yes.
And potentially, even if the bishop comes back, that pawn is weak. So it's hard to play e5. What else can black do here?
So last move was like rook d1, yes?
I can go rook c2 maybe?
Yes, I was thinking about it. Like,
Sorry about these arrows. Can I click and I can make them go away like this.
yes, we were trying. Think.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry for that. But still, I don't really see
Like what is next?
what is next. Actually, I sort of see what is next. If I go bishop takes e6, I don't know. So
Bishop is6, and if I take, just to demonstrate.
queen e6 check.
Mhm.
So
Yes,
I guess
at
h8
8,
rather than
yes.
f8. Though f8 has one advantage, I will show you in a second. But I go bishop
Yes.
f6.
Oh, okay.
Does that work?
Yeah, the idea is, yes, that my rook on d8 is somehow hanging. So I have, if I take queen f6, you will take queen f6, right? And I don't have time. I can take with the pawn.
But then rook takes d8, rook g8.
And rook g8, yes, this is... Oh.
But yeah, the problem is...
No, I meant first queen f6 and then take with the pawn. How much?
But then in the end, I will get the rook on bishop on
Yes.
b7.
That's a point. I just wanted to show it
Yeah,
on the
and
board.
then we
Yes.
get this fork.
Yes, so...
I mean, that was just one chance tactic, but that's why I wouldn't play rook c2 easily. Also, rook c2 bishop b1, I'm not even sure I'm
About it, yes.
better.
In this case, d8 yes becomes like vulnerable, the last rank. So what is better to play, like h, maybe some h move?
What
6, 5.
about queen g6? The problem is I want to play knight g5,
With some
but
knight
even
f3
then I have
ideas.
queen g3. But even then I have queen g3. On top of that, I can play bishop b1 in exchange. So that is maybe not so.
Yeah.
What else is there?
Anna needs to find something if she's trying to... So what's black next move? Like bishop b6, like one of the ideas, but it's not working here when once the rook is on c8. So what else? Like, would I like to exchange those bishops?
I mean,
like,
computer is giving quite big evaluation.
and
of
I'm trying to
minus
understand
0.8.
why. I don't,
Why?
I don't know.
I don't see.
Yes.
I understand white pieces are misplaced, but what exactly am I supposed to be able to do?
Yeah, I don't want to exchange this b7 bishop to, of course, to bishop on a2 because I have some hopes maybe threatening g2 at certain point, but how to do it? Or maybe this computer is very weak. It's also a possibility.
That is always a possibility.
Yeah, it's also possible. Yeah, but it's maybe a3 pawn can be weak at any
But
moment.
with these two
but
bishops, would
yes,
you really go for
no.
this a3 pawn?
I mean, I'm just trying to see
Sure.
what I can try to do, but like even queen e7, checking some crazy lines. But yes, you don't do this with your queen when it's placed so well. Yeah.
There's obviously something it likes, some very simple plan, but I don't see what it is.
Maybe e5 move, like just to give it a try. Try to close those bishops.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but now it's getting complicated. Bishop is...
What about f4?
Oh. F4. You don't look for easy lines.
Well, because I'm
yes.
starting to soften up f7.
So I take, okay, I have to take it seems. Because otherwise you just will
No.
take on e5, right?
Yes, so I go rook takes f4.
Do I rook d4? I don't have because you take with rook, of course. What else?
I was checking because
Yes,
if I do
rook
this, you
c1,
still have
yes.
this rook c1 check.
Yes, and
But I have rook f1.
rook 1.
And oh, it is, that is the line.
Take.
I go queen f6.
And it's interesting. So if queen f3, I like this knight d2. It's beautiful because like you're.
So because you said you
Yeah.
like knight d2, I'm going to play knight
You
g2.
play knight
No,
g3.
but so
Yes,
that is
exactly.
nice. f4, then maybe let's go back a bit.
Okay, it's getting interesting, but it's still unclear. We lost a little. Oh, maybe we can go here. What else?
Back to this position. So maybe it is e5, but phew.
What about like bishop b6? Also like.
This actually I think might be, though it's true, you clear the, I take, you take, is knight
Knight
takes
c3.
f2 possible?
Also
Queen,
knight
yeah, king takes
c3.
f2.
So knight c3. I mean, I'm considering maybe, but then. I mean, if you want to exchange this knight to the bishop, I'm not sure.
Can I go queen d7? Can I go bishop takes, what am I? Or do we have to go through this every time?
b6, take.
And you want to go knight c3.
I'm always checking some ideas with queen c8, rook d8, but it's not working for the moment. Yes, it's not the case.
What about bishop takes f7?
Bishop takes f7, oh my gosh. King takes. I think I have to try it. I'm scared, but I still keep trying. If I go back on g8,
Where?
you have queen e6, yes? And then what?
I don't see, I simply take
You take,
here. Where is the
here?
mate exactly?
Do I have something on like a knight e2?
So the problem for knight c3 is you block your own rook in a
You're
way,
right, yes. So I don't have rook c1 now, but and if I play knight e2, you just simply play king
King
f1,
f1.
and like there is no threat. It seems I would like, but I don't say anything. Yes. Yeah. So knight c3, this is a problem, perhaps. Bishop f7, I had to take, right? There was nothing else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So rook
bishop f7.
d1.
e5, bishop b6, instead of knight c3, you had knight f2 somewhere.
But
in
even
mind.
that, I guess king f2 and then rook c2, but then king e1 and you're threatening rook d8
You
now.
have a problem on d8, yes.
Yeah.
And there is nothing else we can find here. No. So that's why I thought maybe h6 first and then you threaten e5.
Maybe it's simply h6 actually,
yes,
yeah.
like something like you kind of play this move. But it's interesting that Anna is thinking for so long right now. It's clear that she also feels that maybe it's one of the critical moments in this game. Like she really needs to find something here. Position is like quite difficult and complicated. Of course, she doesn't know this evaluation. She has no clue about what's going on here.
But you might sense that black has something. At least you want to look for it, but I'm also not able to quite nail it.
Is it important to be optimistic? Or did she make a move? Or not really. She made a movement, but not a move. Yes. But one game is over.
She must have resigned.
Yes, I think the game between Elisabeth and Harika finished in favor of German player, and it's a first victory for Elisabeth, who was suffering really a lot in this event. She had -3 before that round, and it's her first win. Definitely important for her, but something happened in the very early stage of the game, and Harika just misplayed, and after that it was really hard to hold. But so 2 games are over. We have still 3 games to go. Where you would like to check? Which game you would like to
I
check?
think this is the game
Yes.
with the action. Here, looks like Olga is going to hold. So this looks under control.
So, and Divya, this.
Let's see
if she decided.
Oh,
to,
in fact, it is already a draw because there is no way to. I can play King G3 now,
Yes,
and you're not exchanging all the rooks, but
I think.
okay, I'll show you what I mean. I go here. I mean,
Yes.
what else? Even this is a draw.
But you can take with the king,
I
maybe.
take.
If you take with king, I don't have rook e2.
Yes, I have to take this.
This one.
You have to take with the rook. And if I go rook e2, white doesn't have to exchange. He can go, or she rather in this case, can go here. And if you do this, then luckily for white, I have bishop g5 or bishop e5 maybe. And I try to win the g6 pawn. That's some hope.
But if she wants to make a draw right away, of course, she can just exchange all rooks.
Yeah.
What do you think will happen? Divya, she's like from these players who tries to keep game going if she has at least minor chance, right? This is.
If you give away this position without even trying, then it's not clear what you're trying to achieve because you've got a pawn. You have no risk. I mean, what is the danger in trying a few more moves? I think that has to be the attitude.
Exactly, yes. I mean, Visha, I would like to ask you, like, maybe one of the last questions here, that now what's happening with Indian chess right now? Like, what's going on after you won the Olympiad? Gukesh got the title. Also, Hampi Konero was very successful in New York.
Rapid.
Yes, she won the Rapid. So, I mean, it's like one of the best times, right, for Indian players. They show so great result. I mean, do you feel anything in the atmosphere? You are there. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yes, definitely. You know that later on we had the awards given to the entire sporting community. So there's a function held by a sports magazine called Sports Star. And there as well, Indians won very big. Gukesh won, Vidit represented the Olympiad team, the coaches were honored, Divya won. And so these are awards for across sports, not just specific, and basically chess almost cleaned up.
Yeah.
So that's, I think, a good sign that it was also widely acknowledged, and everyone seems to say, "Hey, we're doing great in chess. It's nice," and so it's a
what
good
about
feeling.
women's chess? Like, what's happening with parents of girls? Like, do you feel that maybe more girls will play, having such great role models in front of them?
I hope so. I hope people are noticing it, and there's a lot of talk about our women, and hopefully we'll have more youngsters who take up the game.
Yeah, a couple of days ago I had Emil here in the studio and we had like long discussion about women's chess. I don't know if you followed it. I mean, also there was this question about the titles and the women's events only for ladies. Like, what's your opinion? Do you think we should keep the titles, or perhaps in the nearest future it will be possible to change the situation?
If the situation changes, then we won't need to keep a separate title. But we must remember that these titles matter a lot. We are talking in a world where in many countries you still need to go and get support, and the interest in countries varies. So if you do well in the Women's World Championship, you do well in the women's cycle, and then some newspapers say, hey, you are number 10 in the world. They write about you. These are small boosts to the game. I mean, just saying that everybody should play in the open section thing. We acknowledge that at the moment still there's a gap between women and men. I don't fully understand why, like many others. But while it lasts, I believe that it benefits girls to have a chance, a space where they play, they compete, and then they can still compete in open tournaments. So many of them compete in open tournaments that happen around the world. They can, maybe some of them are inspired to give a try to the Open World Cup and these kinds of competitions.
Yes.
I would encourage them to do that, but for me, it just seems premature to say we don't need to support them, because at a practical level, these women's title matters a lot. You get some prestige. Oh, in fact, Divya just taken the draw.
Yes. Looks
So,
like, yeah. But it was
so
my next
it's
question.
it's good for them. It gives them some place. Like all these awards and recognition that the women's team got, saying that they should have achieved something in the men's section before they get it. Well, I don't see how that helps women's chess. We have to make, we have to support women's chess a little bit, and it's only on top of, they have every ability to play all the open sections they want. Nothing
Exactly.
stops them. So I don't see why that should be the only game in town.
Do you think that in the nearest future we'll have a woman player who decides to play only in open events, like Judith decided at a certain point, like Hu Yifan actually also decided at a certain moment in her career?
I would hope that they would do play both. I think a lot of girls would have enjoyed competing against Judith, though maybe then the gulf was too big, but maybe it's not that big now. There are a few who could play who can play a mean game against even peak Judith, though Judith of course favorite, but
Still the
you
women
have
try.
to respect the courage of Judith in what she did. But it was a different time. We're talking already more than 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And if we come to such a stage again, great. But at the moment, if someone of that as strong as Judith is there, I would like to see her play the women as well, because the women will benefit from the competition with her, and then she can compete with the many of them hopefully can compete with the men as well.
Exactly. Let's see what will happen with the chess world. Definitely women's chess has bright future, and we have so many nice events, including this Women Grand Prix event. Visha, thank you so much for your time. We really hope you will come back to the studio. I know that you are here for a couple of more days.
Yes.
So everybody should be aware of it and watch us very carefully, because anytime the world champion may come back. Thank you so much for your time and for all everything you showed today. Thank you.
Thank you.
In a land bathed in light, two unstoppable journeys set sail for greatness. The road wasn't easy, demanding sacrifice, grit and unwavering commitment. But with courage and dedication, we rose to the top, with victory standing tall as our guiding lighthouse, illuminating the path ahead. We are Freedom 24. Born in Cyprus, we conquered Europe.
Welcome back, everyone. And here we are again with Alik, because before it was Dana replacing me, then Vishy came. So finally we are united with you, Alik. And during the round 5, we already got 3 results. One decisive. Elisabeth Paehtz managed to outplay Harika Dronavalli, and also 2 draws. So as we discussed it with Vishy, Divya managed to, finish her game in the draw. She didn't really try later to keep some chances. And then we also had another result.
Gershon against Goryachkina.
At the very beginning.
Also a draw. And that leaves us with the second co-leader, Anna Muzychuk, trying to take the sole lead. Sorry, I paused.
You were shocked, yes. You were shocked when you saw the evaluation.
I saw the bar dropping.
Me too. I was like, what? Like, what happened? So let's run to this game and try to realize, like, what happened. You know, we were discussing many moves with Vishy here. So after Rook D1, she played H6. I predicted this move, I think, yes. I said H6, yes, just to keep the position and see what's going on. I'm very proud, very proud, very proud.
Fantastic.
H6, yes, was played in this game. Not that it's like some, tactics which you have to find, but I just felt that maybe you just need to keep the pressure and ask questions. Yes, so it seems like white.
Provoking F4.
Yes.
Queen went to E7 and attacking the A3 pawn, yes?
Yeah, but it's very responsible move F4. I was thinking about Queen E7, but of course it's much better after your opponent weakened his king and some squares so dramatically. Like F4 leaves this knight on E4 forever.
Yes. But wait, I think the problem, what's going on? Knight C3, Rook. Okay. This is just a board glitch. Okay. No. This is not the position. We had a DGT board glitch, so this is the position, and it's not mine. It's not black winning.
Yes, because we saw this crazy evaluation, and we couldn't believe
D1,
our eyes. Like.
Yes. So the correct position is on the board. You can see that.
Yes, so Rook is on D1. Yes, because in the previous situation we thought that Rook is missed. Yes, now we will get the right position very soon. Yeah, so it's maybe not so good for
okay,
Anna.
I skipped a bit here. The problem is with the DGT board translation, the transmission. So. I think it will be fixed. Yeah, the board, the rook does not appear on the board, but the PG. I think the problem is with the PGN file. Anyway, so we can, for now, you can ignore the live board because our analysis board is the correct one. There is a white rook on D1.
Exactly. So the difference is just one rook, right?
Yeah, and actually Anna is playing fast because she has both players have less than 3 minutes on the board.
Oh, on the clock. So
on the course.
yeah,
Sorry.
No
Yeah.
But look at this. Like after all these exchanges, I can see that we have our favorite position with opposite color bishops, and it seems like black's bishop is better than white's bishop. Like,
Yes,
just look
absolutely.
At it.
And now the board is fixed. You see the live board, which is good. And so Anna, let's see. So Stavroula has 1 minute left. And Anna has 3 minutes left for 10 moves. This is a lot of moves. And F6, look at this. F6 is threatening to play E5 at some point. I think we want to double our rooks along the D file, perhaps. And next we'll play E5. What do you think, Nastasiya?
I think actually, first of all, F6 was made because it was a checkmate threat, right? G7 was kind of
That's
hanging,
another
and we have to
kind
normally defend it.
Kind of important.
Yes. But we don't protect it with move like F5. Of course, we don't want this bishop to be so good. So F6
exactly
was
as
played
white
for this
did,
reason.
right?
I just want to mention something. Like after F6 move, white plays H3 because black cannot still take this pawn on e3. The idea is if you take the pawn, then you're still missing the bishop f6 move.
Exactly.
Yes, and
this explains black's next move.
exactly, yes. So prophylactics
H7.
from Anna's side.
Moving away from the pin, and now renewing the threat of
Yes.
queen takes a3.
You really want to take this pawn, and Stavroula needs to do something about it.
And she does.
Yes.
She played bishop b2, offering in exchange of rooks.
Yes, hoping that this exchange also perhaps will simplify the position and there will not be so many threats.
I'm thinking, do we have this move, Anastasiya?
Wow, rook c2. Can I still take?
Where?
Even on d5.
If you take on
Rook
d5,
g2?
so we need to check first rook takes g2. What is this? I'm not
Yes.
sure it works.
Yes, but we have
But
to.
even if not, what if I just take? I'm threatening to take the bishop and to take on g2. I think
It's a very
this
good point. Like I don't have even e4, nothing is working right
And
now.
I think rook c2 is on the board.
Wow, rook
I
c2.
think rook c2
No, this
is
is
on
really,
the board.
really good
And
resource.
Anna is really putting a lot of pressure on white here. Look at this.
Because if you
now
take-
I'm proud.
Yes, rook c2, and you were very fast. Yes, so rook c2. We're good today. We're doing good. So rook c2, then rook d1 check. Yes, it's
Exactly.
the
The
main
main
idea
idea
of this.
is that rook takes c2 is met with rook d1, and 1 minute left on the clock for Stavroula. What
And
to do?
She needs to play a move. Like rook d2 is a threat, like queen f2 maybe
We
to
cannot play
support.
that because the rook is still pinned. So queen f2 does not help us.
So bishop c1 or what? I don't know.
Let's think a bit. Maybe we need to protect this rook. So maybe this is the move, but
I mean,
come
you don't
on.
want to play
And
like
look,
that.
22 seconds on the clock for Stavroula. Will she find a defense?
Yes.
Not clear what to do here.
Yeah, because like if you play even like bishop c1, don't forget that this bishop was protecting also a3 pawn.
10, 9,
Oh,
8,
she needs to
queen.
make a move.
She played queen f2.
Queen f2.
It's
what
a
is-
blunder.
It's really?
It's a blunder.
Yes,
Rook
and rook b2,
b2
as you
is a
said.
game clincher.
Wow.
And I'm sure Anna has a lot of time, of course. I think.
Yes, she will find
She
it. I
will
mean,
find it.
Of course. I mean, rook b2. She even knows why
what a
she played
tough.
this
And I
move.
think Stavroula sees it already. Wow, that is a tough luck.
Yeah. So the game can finish just like that, just after rook
If
b2.
if Anna finds rook takes b2, but you know there are cases where there is a mutual. No, but then not this
It's not
time.
this
Anna
case, yes.
sees rook b2 and immediate resignation.
By
Stavroula.
Like,
Wow.
what a dramatic finish of the game, and we were in the right game, right?
Right in the game at the right time in the right place,
Yes, yes.
and.
Oh, yeah, but it's like, of course, a very tough blow and loss for Stavroula. I think she's losing the second game in a row, right?
And
Like,
Mariya wins the third one.
I mean, Anna
Oh,
wins,
sorry, Anna, of
wins
course,
the third
Anna
one.
wins.
We will check what's happening in Maria's game, but like third victory for
tough
Anna.
luck.
Oh, yeah.
Although it has to be said, not an easy position to play, especially when you have less than 1 minute on the clock, right?
Of course, yes, with lots of tactics, and it's easy to misplay it. And yeah, I mean, as we discovered with Alik, queen e1 probably was the only move in the position to defend, and it's hard to find the only move in such situations. And we can actually,
you know,
Anna becomes the sole leader of the
She
tournament.
is the sole
by
leader.
way.
Yes, after 3. And that's what 3 wins in a row do to you oftentimes, right? And
It
I would
helps
argue,
for
I
sure.
would argue that the main reason for the loss, for the defeat, is this f4. I don't like this move. Keeping leaving the bishop, the light square bishop, untested.
Yeah,
right?
so she probably tried to get rid of this kind of pressure which Anna put on her.
Understandably.
I don't know what was really the threat. I mean, hard to say. Maybe this move f5.
It's your brilliant h6.
Yes,
Anastasiya.
yes. No, h6. The
And
idea
black
is
simply
that in
collapsed
all
after
lines,
that.
yes,
you
in
think?
all lines, actually, then black is not risking to miss something on the last rank.
Exactly.
So this was like a good move in order to just prevent any counter play from white's side. Yes. wow. But it was way too fast than expected, right, Alik? I mean, I'm still
Yeah,
shocked.
it's way
with
too
this
fast,
rook
but
C2.
it can happen. And again, so it started with bishop b2, missing this tactic. It's easily missable, of course, with time pressure. And then let's just maybe spend half a minute here. Is it really still saving the game? I'm not sure White can save the game anymore because
Queen c5, but now at least, no, I cannot even take on d5. I think I cannot take on c2. Yes, it's still, maybe bishop d4.
Bishop d4. Maybe actually bishop d4 immediately was a good idea.
No, but I thought about it, but then queen a3 at least.
Exactly.
Yes,
so
like
and you're going to suffer a little bit.
Yes.
It's better than what happened, of course, but still, of course, not so good for White.
Yeah, it didn't look well, and probably she just knew it. Like once she would lose this pawn on a3, it's like very hard to defend. So let's jump to the game of Mariya, the last game
Our
I think
last
of the
game
round.
for today. And
Yes.
what is the clock situation? So Mariya has 1.5 minutes, 1:20 for 2 moves. And
is not that
Olga
bad.
has, Olga has almost 4 minutes. So, but the position, of course, is here quite.
Simple, like
Quite
c5
simple.
was the last move. I'm just trying to understand like what's going on if we would take and exchange everything
I think
possible on
yeah,
c5.
I think this is this will be the way to.
You don't want to keep this pawn, right? Like you don't want to allow this
Of
pawn to go
course,
to
you don't
c6.
want to see
No
it on
way.
c6 ever.
Yes, so you should
The only
change.
thing that I would maybe give a very short thought is
If you need to play a-
try something like that. But again, even king d4, and I don't believe you have anything. And of course, and Mariya is not here to take chances. She takes on c5, rook c5. And
So
if
after all
this
the
is not a
exchanges-
draw, then what is, right?
Yes, it should be. I mean, it looks really drawish, but still we have to check this f4.
Yeah, you have to check f4, but I think the problem is that White is, well, not problem, but White is in time, I think, to create enough counterplay.
And if you go like king e8, or what? I mean, rook c6, rook g4. Yes, you have.
Yeah,
so
but you should, you rook c6, you rook g4. But what if I just even try
go with the king.
to ask you some questions? May I?
You can always ask. The question is like, if I have time to still
but
play like
maybe
rook
I'm
h-
blundering, yeah?
G5,
Maybe I'm
yes.
blundering here.
I thought about rook h2, but yes,
Or
g5
maybe
is
not.
much.
Well, I blundered, but maybe I got lucky.
Yes, because
Because if
take
you
all
take
the
with the
pawns.
rook, we're just, this is a dead draw. The famous Philidor position, right?
Exactly.
So,
King is
and
not cut compared to the game which
exactly,
we saw
this
yesterday
is
with
the
you.
very important difference. And if you take with the pawn, the point is that my king is so strong and your king is so weak.
Yeah, and this
that-
pawn can become really dangerous suddenly.
Exactly.
Yes,
so
now you're
my
threatening
pawn is
checkmate.
is much more dangerous than yours, right? So this is all of
Absolutely,
a
yes.
sudden it's probably black is in big danger here.
So yes, you don't take it with the pawn.
So f4 is a move that we can think about. And by the way, White is not obliged to take, right?
Good
So
news
if
for
we want
White, you see.
if we want to keep it calm, we can just play king f3. And ask you, why do you think you're even better here?
I think also like I could also play better a little bit after rook c7. Could I play king f6?
Yeah, you
I
could,
don't
but then
understand why I was so
then I would
passive. Then you
would start
Give me a
checking
check,
you.
yes. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. So that was my master plan.
Yeah, because like I don't want to play king f5.
If
It's
you
too
go
much.
to
Yes.
f5, it might be
Rook
too
e6
much.
or what?
Yes.
Rook e6.
But even
Even
this
take.
is drawish. But again,
Again,
I'm much more advanced, and
White to
I
have the
place
six, yes.
my pieces are probably more coordinated than yours. So.
Maybe no need to take such risk.
For what? Yeah, you're not really. This is this kind of risk that you are taking only for yourself, right? So, not sure. Oh, but look at this. So Mariya is not exchanging the rooks. She does want to keep playing, it seems.
She played rook d8,
She played rook d8.
avoiding the exchange, but
So maybe she is.
I see what she
Not
wants.
ready.
Maybe like rook e4 and something what you showed, and
exactly.
rook e5
Yeah.
at certain point. Or move e4 is also still possible with the same
It's a
ideas,
much better
but to
version,
have,
right? Because-
yes, I think so.
You're absolutely right. I think. Okay, so this is a good solution. And do we have move 40 already? Yeah.
So they reached the
Olga
destination.
has the time to think and plan.
She's hesitating actually. She
hesitant,
wanted to,
yeah.
to make a move, but then she stopped and
I'm not sure she needs to make it fast. Maybe she. But rook e2 makes sense. Makes a lot of sense actually. Yeah, because rook e2. The idea is that we place the rook on the e file, attacking the e7 pawn potentially,
and
X-raying it.
if you play rook e4, for example, you just move the king.
And then
to
we.
d3, or
Oh, e3.
I think where you move it.
Ah,
also
I have a
to-
problem to move it. Yeah, you're right. Okay,
yes, like
let's,
where
let's
it's
see. You're,
maybe there is not a problem.
So
but
you
that
tricked
you
me,
have
yeah?
to find a way which is better.
if king f3, you were planning on
Something like rook d4.
rook d4.
But then you have
Maybe
rook
even-
c7.
Or even rook c7,
Yes,
exactly.
so this I'm
rook
not
c7.
sure. Even rook c7, and then what? I have to play rook e8 or
Yeah, that's not, doesn't look like a real.
and then like
Winning
anything,
attempt,
rook
yeah?
e5, yes. But king f6, rook e6, back.
It's
getting
draw. A
tricky.
draw is a draw, but
Yes.
again, who is playing? Who is playing for a win? Probably nobody. Yeah.
Yes, I think it's so
The
drawish.
answer is
yes.
nobody.
Like you really need to find the way to misplay it right now for both sides.
I can do that.
Oh.
Just give me a chance. I'll do it.
Please
I'll find
try to know. Yes, like whatever line we were checking, it's like
So, what? This is the. So maybe rook d7
way-
if we want to keep the tension. Yeah.
I'm thinking about something like rook e4. Can I exchange the rooks on e2 and bring my king to e5? Again,
You can, but okay. So here you want to maybe play this.
yes,
yeah?
yes. The idea is like offering you
Okay.
the ending, which
Yeah. Go win this, please.
what can I say?
I ruined your party. I know.
Yes, like nothing is happening
But
here.
this,
F4 just
yeah.
kills everything, all my dreams. Yes,
This is pretty much the idea
I was
of
like,
it.
I saw my king already placed on e5, but it's didn't
You
happen,
chalked up
yes.
the win in this game, yeah, and then a 4 and the game over. But yeah, and you know, this is interesting because Olga did play this quite fast, and she didn't. Well, maybe she did calculate this, right? So the point is that here, if not rook d6, if king e5, then we have two options, right? We can play for a win. I think it would be a nice chance to
King
play for a win.
d5 and rook g5, yes?
Yeah. Well,
Right.
well,
Or-
you probably want to play to take with the rook, maybe, yes.
Yes, because like king d5 is
But
very
still,
bad, yes.
rook g5, I'm still winning, and then my
Yes.
pawn up. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, at least some chances, right, for you.
Yeah,
Here.
more than without it.
No, but maybe I had, maybe I'm not obliged to take on d5. Could I play like rook h8 there?
Where?
I'm just trying to see.
Check.
Yes, go
Ah,
here.
you like here.
Yeah, but the
then
problem
I
is
check
rook
and I
e6,
take
yes.
e7.
Yes, I was trying
sorry.
to see that maybe I could avoid losing.
Yeah, but why do it to
Yeah,
yourself,
no, I don't
right?
want to
I
do it
mean,
to myself. I agree. No.
A move ago, you could do that just by
Keep
not
aside,
giving
yes.
up your flank. Yeah.
Exactly. No, but we established this idea that we play first the worst moves to
Exactly.
find out what would be the best moves in the position. Yes, so
It's like Charlie Munger used to say, invert, always invert. So we start with how we lose it, right? And then
we come back
we
to
know how to
normal.
play normally. So,
yes, come back to normal.
so White clearly wants to play this. And again, as a black, we have the option to just play rook e4 and just take the draw.
Exactly.
But if we want to keep the tension, and we are assuming that that's what Mariya wants to do.
Yeah,
right?
now after they reach the time control, as you can see, she's thinking about her move right now and probably trying to find the way, perhaps how to still fight for something, like keep some chances. And you know, it's like, I think for her, it's a little bit difficult situation because look, she probably knows that she was better at certain point. Like obviously, remember even like when we were checking this game with Vishy, he said like, I can see that it's better for black, but so she probably knows it, and sometimes you need some time to adjust. Sorry, I'm like saying this two times.
Psychologically,
yes, psychologically to the fact that maybe there are no winning chances anymore, and to go deeper into position to realize that yes, it's probably drawish. Like you just need time for that. Maybe you check some lines, but you don't go too deep, right? You kind of see that it's rook ending. Same amount of pawns, like what exactly should happen here, like how crazy your opponent should be to lose this one.
Yeah.
But still everything is possible, and she will try to find at least minor chances. Like let's say d5 maybe is the only kind of weak point in White's position, because this pawn is isolated and kind of easy to attack, but at the same time it's quite easy to defend it, right? That's
and it's actually not so easy to attack it, even,
yes.
right?
I mean,
With the king
like
on e3.
rook e4 and this, and
But
hope that
then
king will
yeah.
go to f3. Yes, then rook d4.
Yeah. You can imagine. And another attempt maybe to play for a win would be to play f4 perhaps, right?
Yes, f4. Yes, something. But
As-
then
as
king
you
f3,
said.
as you explained to me.
Yeah, I already forgot. So
No, but
right,
maybe
now.
look. The difference is like f4, king f3. Then I can take and play rook d4. But then you have rook e5. Yes, well, and I mean I don't even have a 6. Or
Yeah, rook end games are really drawish, even if you have an extra material. But if you don't, it's extremely. You need to really, as you said, you need to really do a lot on both sides to be able to win that.
she played rook d7. Yes?
She didn't. No, she
Oh,
didn't.
no?
She's thinking about
that's
it.
our move,
That's my move.
I was. That's why I was confused. Like
Yeah.
rook d7 was
No,
yellow.
that's my suggestion, and I'm not sure. But again, so I'm thinking that if black makes a no move, for instance, if black doesn't do that, right?
Yes.
I would even argue that this might be an issue.
So if I take
Well,
on
you,
g3,
you have a 4, but if you
Yeah.
take, so I want to make this point. So if you take, I attack your rook. You
yes,
have rook h3
rook h3 I
probably,
have,
yes?
but I mean, I still don't know. Maybe you have something in your mind that I need my
I
rook on
don't have
g1.
anything in my mind.
Yes, I thought like rook c7.
But okay, I
Yes.
can. That was the idea, to play rook c7, and next move I'm playing king. Let's say king f4. Yeah,
No,
we'll
but
have
why
to
don't
do
you
that.
want to try to give the second pawn, like play king f4, rook
That's what
h3,
I
and
did.
then rook
That's
c7?
what.
Yes?
That's what. Let's say that's what we do.
Yes.
I
Take.
sacrifice this one,
King g5,
and all of a sudden your king is really not that well placed.
yes, maybe it's.
And I
even-
think it's a game over even, because I'm threatening to take a rook, and this is just checkmate.
yes, and king is nice to have this king on g5. Yes.
So you see, you can lose it, you can win
lose
it.
But we were checking for Mariya. Now it seems like we found the plan for
We'll
White.
find the loss for
Mariya
White
too.
soon. Don't worry. We're expert in finding self-destructing ways to lose.
Exactly. Yes. Easy. You
But
know,
but actually, what I wanted to show is that's one of the reasons why I want to play rook d7 to prevent, because you know those pawns might not be that important if White manages to take on e7, right?
interesting. Yes, you are ready to give all of them in order to have this activity of your rooks on the 7th rank. Yes, very typical actually idea, but easy to say, really hard to achieve.
Yeah, it's
because your opponent
because
has
even here, as we said, even here, I mean, a player of their caliber, of course, she sees it immediately that rook g3 loses to king f4, or at least it's unpleasant.
so f4.
So f4 is probably going to solve most of the issues here, right?
Exactly, yes, and g takes f4, rook h4,
Although,
for example.
what about this?
No, come
Yeah,
on.
too crazy.
I take on g3.
You have you
sorry,
cannot.
no,
yeah,
I cannot. That's,
you have to take with the rook
yes.
still. That's the
Yes.
that's the trick. And after, it has to be said that where this is purely theoretical, because rook d6 is just a stupid move. She will never make it. But
Yes.
um,
But now the difference is that your king is not on g5
Exactly,
at least.
yeah.
So it should,
now it's
I take
it's a
here.
different story.
yes,
right?
you, at least you don't have this checkmate. Maybe,
Depends where you go.
Exactly. I go.
So if you go here, it's still a checkmate.
Still a checkmate. No, I don't do this to myself. I just go somewhere
You
f8.
go f8.
f8 or
Sorry, the mouse wanted to go to.
it's almost the same where you go because you can bring me
I
anywhere.
I can force you into this,
Threatening.
but you have to.
I have to play king g8.
King
Yes.
g8.
I don't want to lose.
Now I can make some dancing here, right? I can go here.
Exactly. I still have to go to
You
g8.
have to go to g8. And now let's say I go here.
What, rook d8?
I play rook d8. I'm not risking, which
Yes.
is good for me.
And then
Less-
something like king e5.
Oh, by the way, sorry. No, I have a much better move here. I have this.
Immediately king e5, yes. And then after rook d8, probably.
Yeah, and after rook d8. So I wanted to somehow get the king to
The funny,
f6.
let's show this funny line: king f6, rook f8, and if you take on g6, it's rook g3, rook f6, checkmate.
No, it's not checkmate.
No?
Oh,
H5.
luckily, it's not checkmate.
Okay, it's like perpetual, but at least,
but
but
nice.
it felt like checkmate. Yes, you brought this king all the way. Okay, this is very funny. Like you're trying to give checkmate to your opponent, suddenly your king is somehow is under attack. But you were scared. Did
yeah.
I scare you?
So I
Like,
didn't
let's
lose, but I
admit
almost
it.
got a heart attack.
Yes,
so.
let's admit it now.
But you know what I was thinking? So here, well, of course, you don't go to f8 probably.
Yes.
But even if you do,
I mean,
I
you're
have
not
this
obliged.
nest-
Yes, you're not obliged to take on g6. Like, but it's like in blitz game, like
Yeah,
it's
in
possible.
blitz
Yes,
game
you
it's
play
possible.
quickly. And
But I'm claiming that here you are almost lost with black.
I think the
And
move.
Mariya did play something. I don't see the rook. I would think the rook is on. Oh, she played rook a8.
Rook a8.
Okay, that's a much more logical move, I think.
You bring the rook to the active position. Yes, and maybe
But okay, but what now?
f3.
No.
What, rook a3 check? No.
Then
F-
king f2.
Yes.
But maybe now you have this. And the point is that important to go to g1, and now you have this check forcing me to close my own line, the
File,
e
yes,
file, yeah?
Yeah, it will be risky probably. Like after king f5, like what
I'm
exactly you are
still
trying to do.
Trying to
If
play
this rook was
c6.
not on e2, would be checkmate, huh?
It would be checkmate. Yes. But it is on e2.
Yes.
Stop scaring me, come on. It's unfair.
I'm looking for some opportunity. Like if you place the rook somewhere, it's checkmate, rook a1.
But this is actually good for black, so
Yes.
we don't
seems like
we
that.
don't commit
So
suicides here.
perhaps she let her. She kind of tries to provoke her opponent to make a mistake. Yes. If you over push, like which happens from time to time, it's easy also to lose any game.
And actually, her idea is that after rook c7, we have check.
Yes.
Your only move is king
Yes.
d2. Another check. This not this move.
Yes,
Where
and
we check
where
here.
you go. Yes, after
Exactly.
that. So if king e1,
You want to get mated, or you
Yes.
want me to get
Yes,
mated?
I
don't
want to
know.
show it on the
Oh,
board. It
beautiful,
looks
yeah.
beautiful.
So this is a nice, just
Yes.
in the
Just-
center. Not every day you get mated
No.
in the center of the board, right?
So we just wanted to show it that how wrong it can go. And so I have to play something like King C1.
King C1, the only move, right?
Yes.
Because King
King
C2,
C2?
we just exchange the rooks.
I can go King C3.
You can go King C3, that's true.
But,
But
you will take
you lose a pawn because
D6,
D6, rook D2
then
check.
rook
I
D2.
have,
It's
yes?
important, very important check actually. Yes.
And okay, it's black's
Could I play
trying to
first
play.
King E3 here?
when?
In this
Now? Here?
position? Yes. And then D6.
Tricky.
Always.
Are so tricky.
Don't ask me twice. We'll try always to find.
But okay.
Yes, I see what's going on.
D6, I will
D6 you
take
take,
here. I
And
give
I
you
see
this
your
pawn.
idea. Like if I play King F4, you play Rook D3 or what?
I'll play something.
I think even Rook. Or
Yeah, why not this?
like Rook D3, right? Preventing some issues like I don't take with the Rook here.
If
right?
you take with the rook, then
Yes.
King F6, you're in a very bad shape here.
Exactly, yes. I mean, you can lose by yourself
Yes. And if
by
you
trying
take
too
here,
hard.
yeah, I love this move by Olga. I was going to what she played King F3. I love it because it shows you that you need a way to protect from those checks from the side. She played King F3, preparing to protect with the Rook E3.
Are you sure? Well, maybe she wants to hide her king and then
Maybe
Rook
she wants to hide.
C7.
Maybe
Also,
that's
maybe.
another idea. Maybe she wants to go here, but then F4 might be interesting.
Maybe
yeah?
F4, yes. And F3 is the threat.
F3 is
That's a
very
problem.
nice. F3 and FG3 also is a threat, right? F3
Yes,
is the
yes, yeah.
stronger one, of course,
Yeah,
of
no.
the two.
Rook E3, I agree.
So I vote for Rook E3. And now if you exchange, then probably no issues. Right, we
What
go.
if I play instead of Rook A3, F4? Instead of check?
Instead of the check. Here, F4.
Do you have, then you play Rook C7, yes?
Ah,
And
you
then
want to
I-
trick me
yes,
into
I'm
this?
trying.
Yeah, you're so tricky. Again. This is winning.
Actually, yes, so you don't have
It is
any
winning
move,
because
yes.
the only move is here and
Yes.
then you just promote.
Yes,
It's,
G2, G1. And if you play King G2, I have F3.
King G2, F3. Okay, so this is nice.
Yes. No, let's show it again. Yes. So here, if Rook C7 trying to win this C7 pawn, then black has Rook A3 because we
Rook
didn't have the
A3.
board. Yes, and it's waiting for suddenly
And,
waiting
all
for.
of a sudden this, as we established, F3 wins.
Yes.
And if the king goes here, then first of all we don't. First we have a F3 if we want.
But also,
But
F
even
takes
I
G3.
think almost any legal move wins here, right?
in this position, almost checkmate. Yes, for the
Yeah,
king even.
but
Wow.
they went. So Mariya went for a Rook A3 check.
So F4 was like a little bit tricky. Yes. How would you play after F4? So if Rook
I would
C7
take,
is
maybe,
not,
no?
you would
Can I
you would take.
I'm greedy.
Yeah, my idea is.
Oh, by the way,
Yes.
yeah. So F4 is actually a threat. So I
Yes,
have to take.
you have to take, and then now if I do the same, no, it's different story.
You already cannot do the
No, can
same.
Rook A4?
Rook A4. Rook E4.
Nice. Nice that you have it, because if you will play Rook C7, they start giving you checks and on the 4. And
Oh, yeah, yeah, again, yeah.
yes. So Rook E4, yes, like
So, and
is
if
enough.
Rook
Yes.
E4, yes, this again.
Again, can be tricky because at least some ideas for white with D6, Rook C7. Maybe I don't want to have my rook so far away. I'm not
You
sure.
don't, yeah,
about this.
and your king is passive. It feels like you're not really trying to win here
Mm-hmm.
with the with black.
Looks like yes. So she played Rook A3. Let's see what happens.
Rook E3. So and now Olga is thinking because
She took, yes.
she can take with both, and probably probably F4 is. F4 is an idea, right?
Yes,
And
we
here,
same. Like
but
we
again,
decided
we
with
can
you that
we
it's
can
possible.
we can play either king f3 or we can go here, which frankly seems to be
Also
good
draw it.
enough to me.
King f6, for example, whatever.
King f6, then check. But here maybe it's not so simple, right? Because here we are able to.
Ah, king f5. Are you sure?
No,
Rook is 6 or
rook e6 check. I wanted to give you. Then f3 simply, yes. Yeah, and again, and if we take, then we take. Yeah,
yes, and my pawn
is not worse than mine at least.
no,
And your
and maybe a little bit better because I have rook h7 and you don't have rook d4. But again, you have to calculate.
Oh,
It's-
sorry.
Yes, of course.
king
Until-
f6 is above even.
d6.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it's
a draw.
okay. It's a draw.
but and if white decides, so if she's thinking, she's considering choosing between those two moves. Optically, it feels like fe3 should be a little bit worse because you're creating more weaknesses than you should. That would be my initial thought.
Exactly. Yes. So but okay, she's still considering it's also a good sign that you don't play it right away, and you, in any case, spend some time trying to figure out what is the difference. Very professional attitude, because maybe f4, she needs to find a way what to do after f4.
After f4
Probably
and maybe even after rook e4. So for instance,
yes, rook e4,
after this,
king
because
d3.
the rook is very nicely placed here, right? And if we start, for instance, going with our king, it seems that we have enough counterplay with white.
I would play
like
maybe
that,
even rook
right?
c7,
Rook c7.
preventing king to go to e5. No? Or you play rook e5 yourself. But then you take the square from the king if you play
Rook
rook e5.
e5.
Yes, so
then
I don't even
you
know.
have
I
even
just
check or
just,
maybe even
yes,
king
check.
d4. Yes.
Yes, so
And f4 we cannot play because the rook is hanging.
yes.
But what if we are not rushing?
Now I have even maybe rook c6. And if king e5, rook e6, check and take on e7. No? Is it possible? I mean, the part that I also have to count rook g6, but let's say.
Yeah, it is possible.
Yes.
You're too solid here.
Yeah.
Okay, but let's say that maybe if I definitely want to play for a win. But again, if white needs to make a draw, I think this is more than enough.
Yeah. So, for example, if I play e5.
If you play 5, then you might not make a draw.
Rook
Sorry,
d4.
rook d4. I will not
Rook
make
d4.
a draw. Okay, so this is for
Yes,
Ken.
d5.
You're
Yes, I'm
we
in a tricky move.
we established that you're tricky.
Yes. But, I mean, rook c7. First check, because if king e6,
King
I have
e6,
rook
then
g7.
rook g7. Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's one way. Another way would be to
Just
move
to move,
away.
yes, the king, yes, as well.
But yeah, even this you're probably correct. Yeah, this check here.
Even
or
check
not
like
check.
this, yes?
Maybe
it's even
rook,
better.
rook g7, king f6 still.
No, the problem is rook d4 you have.
When?
First.
Ah,
First rook d4. Maybe it's not a problem, but
it's a check.
it's
At
a
least.
check. Yes, I have to go king e3.
Yeah.
And then you have king f6 here. So I have to play rook d7. So easy to draw. At least like that, yes.
Yeah, and I think Mariya is
I mean, she kind of probably...
kind of content with the draw already. Yes.
Yes, but check. Let's check how much time they have. 21 minutes against 20.
Yeah, they both have plenty of time, and Olga chose to take with the pawn.
Oh, really? Okay. Maybe just decided to avoid any kind of counterplay.
It has to be said that it's still a draw.
Is it surprising for Mariya?
And I think she wants to keep the. I think Mariya is surprised. I would be a little bit surprised, but But with that, I understand that it doesn't really change any evaluation because, so I think the point of Olga's move is to not worry about f4 at all.
Yeah, even though we established that king of 3 is enough, but now
We
it's
are
like not even an option, yes?
taking care of the d4 square. And now after rook a4, I think that's what has been played. We can basically just play rook b5, rook c5. What do you do here?
Actually, here I might play rook a7, king f6, and king a5 if you allow
But
me
king
to
f-
do. So,
Rook a7, king f6, rook c6 check.
yes, maybe I'll give you this g6 pawn. No?
Yeah, but how do you win there? Again, you
Yeah,
will
very
have more
hard, yes.
weaknesses than I will start attacking h5.
Yes, if the pawn was maybe on h7, maybe then
yeah.
I had some chances, but now that the pawn
Or
is
even
on
better
h5,
if you had another pawn on d6.
it's a dream big, but
But not that big. Okay, so rook c7 she played, which is also a move, threatening d6 right away. And that's probably the reason why she took on e3, because it's a very concrete way. You don't have rook d4 now, right?
No.
And I'm threatening d6. If you move the king to, let's say, f6, then there's just a check.
yes. And the king has to go back, protecting g6
Yes.
pawn.
And if,
But
what do you
what
do?
if rook a6 here?
Well, rook a6, then again, maybe I'm blundering, but what about this move?
Oh,
Is
this
it a move?
surprise.
Yeah, surprise, surprise.
Check first,
Check first. Go here.
rook a4.
Ah, rook a4, I didn't.
Yes,
I
like
didn't see that.
d6, but
Didn't
it's
see
not
that
enough.
coming. d6 you just take, yeah?
Just take, yes. And
See,
I-
this is how you lose with white.
and then rook e6. Yes, like king g5, for example, and you play maybe rook e6, no?
Rook e6.
I'm threatening to take on g6.
But is it not losing for you?
Look at this. Oh my gosh.
This is how you lose with black. Actually, who is losing here?
Actually, it's you thought that you were losing, but not now. Not even so. Rook g4 maybe.
Rook
have to play.
g4, go here.
No, but it's nice. Yes.
Yeah.
We didn't show it until the end, but white
We will
collects all the
see,
pawns.
yeah, we will
all
show
pawns,
it
yes.
very soon. But this is who's
But
winning?
it's
here?
very nice.
Nobody's winning. Here.
Maybe. So I have to come back, like rook d3. Like after.
We go here. Then even rook
Yes,
d3.
rook
Yes.
d3. Yes, rook d3.
d7, and you start running.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think
And
I
are
will
you in
survive.
time?
Yes, rook d6 check.
Ah,
I think I have to play this, no?
yeah.
What did Mariya
Rook
play?
a6, I think she played. Okay, let's go back to the same
normal.
to the same people. So e4 is, but it's very committal move,
Yes,
right?
yes, yes.
You have to be extremely sure before you make it, and no need to. King f4 is a perfectly valid way to play this game. Yeah?
So that's what she played, yes? She played...
And I would
King f4.
say that. Ah, no. I wanted to say that this might be
Yes, I also thought about it. Rook
a
c6
losing
checks.
blunder, right?
For whom? Yes.
But black has a very important e5 move.
Wow. Okay, this is really good point because I started to calculate king c6 and king g5.
Exactly,
Of course
because
it's
king
winning, yes.
e6 is game over.
Wow. Then white takes all the pawn.
While you're running there, we'll just clean up the
Yes.
whole king side.
e5.
But e5, and it's all of a sudden,
Classic,
yeah,
yes.
it's all of a sudden black winning because you're pushed back
And
then
then you
just
collect the
collect
pawn
and
and
game
that's it.
over. Okay, so that would be an interesting try, right? Just to make as if you blundered.
But in fact, and like proposing your opponent to go for the line rook c6. Nice, nice, nice.
Of course, you need to calculate carefully, right?
So instead of king f6, rook c6, what else we have? e4,
Well,
yes?
we have e4 now. And after this, we can already maybe go from here. What did you?
What about the pawns ending?
Oh, king f6 is on the board. Yeah, king f6 is on the board. So
Yeah, very
Mariya
tricky,
is
Mariya.
trying. Yeah, is trying this.
Last chance here.
Because you know your first rush. If it's a blitz game,
You could play rook c6.
you can
yes.
play rook c6, and while leaving the piece, you would see eventually the e5, but it would be already too late, right?
Yes, and here, you know, sometimes you in your mind you can keep the pawn on d5, and then you have this en passant, right?
Yeah,
Here
and
e5 is
you
not
kind
possible.
of think that you still have this en passant because you used to have it all the time.
But players have enough time normally to calculate and see that it's not possible. Rook c6 is not possible. So then what else? Like, what do you think, Alik?
Well,
Rook c4
so yeah, the safest is probably rook c4, right?
with the idea of even playing e4.
Yeah. So for instance, if you play rook d6 or rook
E4
a5, then
and-
e4, and
Black has to take.
you kind of say, why are we even having this conversation here, right?
Why are we still playing?
Yeah.
Can be a little bit different case. Maybe now rook c6 in some lines. Well,
Yeah, I was thinking. So let's,
But-
you know, we need to entertain
yes,
ourselves.
exactly.
So
Take.
let's consider this.
Yes. Now, no e5 with check, so king e6.
So we have to play king e6 first. White
Yes.
runs, but the problem is that we are right in time, I think. to
e5.
play
I think
e5
it's our
here.
favorite to run with pawns. Yes,
Yes.
like we established our trademark.
Our
Yes, so-
everybody has their fetishes, right?
Yes.
But it's still a draw, no?
G4 or what? No, but it will be with
Ah,
check.
it's with check. Yeah, as always.
Yes, it's gonna be with check, so we cannot play G4.
So G4, but if not, then we just lost.
Yes, because king h5 is 3, right?
We are not in time.
We're not on time at all.
So
What is the conclusion?
we don't
Again,
lose.
we still
don't
don't play rook
force
c6.
ourselves to lose.
So she can play this move. Rook a6 again,
Yeah, and you know,
provoking.
provoking. Maybe come on, you can do this. But then we just stay and do nothing, and it's just a total. But yeah, you see, Olga does not even try to do anything. She goes back king f3. This is interesting that she. So she's claiming. Okay, she's claiming you need to make a move. If you leave the 6th rank,
Then
I
rook
will
c6
check you.
will work.
If you go
Maybe.
here, I will take, right?
Yes.
And if you go rook d6, then I will play e4 without any
Risks. And,
risk or whatever that I need to check.
and rook c6 is working, yes? If, I don't know, in the worst case scenario. I would
When?
say if you play rook b6, like come back.
Here?
No, not here, before. Before e4.
Before e4.
Like somewhere here, if you play rook b6, like also.
So the threat is, you mean that we are actually threatening?
I mean, by playing king f3, we don't have this e5 check anymore.
That's very clever.
Are we
That's a clever
threatening?
idea.
Thank you so
Maybe.
much for.
So I didn't get it right away. Okay, yeah.
I don't know. King is still like on f3, but probably we have chances.
Absolutely.
Yes, but maybe still e5.
e5 you don't catch.
Yeah, c7. Bye bye. Yeah. So we have to play king e6, then
And
king
king
f4.
f4. Wow, yeah.
So we have a threat.
Beautiful.
So king f3 probably she has an idea
So
here.
everybody's
they're
trying to trick each other, huh?
Exactly. This is what's going
Tricky.
on now. Of course, Mariya saw it and she plays rook a5 immediately. She
a5.
moves this rook from 6th rank.
But now what happens if we check?
King f7.
King
maybe?
f7.
And then how you d6,
d6, and maybe she wants to go by.
e5. Can become sharp a little bit. So we have at least this line with rook c7, rook g7. Remember? Remember we discussed it. So
But it's a bit different. I will play king here. You go here.
yes,
I go here. What do you do?
have to go back. It seems like.
Yeah, but you know what I want to do? I want to mate you. It's not only that you mate me.
Yes. So Alik has great idea. e4 rook f2. Yes.
Yes. That's my nasty plan.
Painful for me. Yes.
Yeah. And if you have to play e4, then, okay, it's a different story, but it's not the story that you like, right?
Yeah.
Going-
So I have to play maybe rook d7 just to defend the pawn. How will you improve the position? If I play rook d7 here, so king e5, I play rook e7.
That's a valid point.
Maybe this is the way, just to defend the
And
pawn.
after rook b5,
Rook d8. How bad it is?
king
Now
d5,
king e5.
now it's bad.
Rook d7.
Maybe not so bad.
Take and take.
Why you say bad? No bad. Yeah, well, we're kind of trying to squeeze water from rock, right here a little
Yes.
bit.
But maybe after rook d8 you had move rook b7. I'm just wondering.
Yeah, and so what? Doesn't help. Check. But this is how we can lose, right? This, rook b6. But here we don't really lose.
Yes.
No, actually we managed. I think we managed, yeah? Chess is such a drawish game.
Yes. Even like if you misplayed it so much, it seems.
But
like
again, you need to
still-
misplay it only once, right?
Yes.
So you need to be careful still because
that's why they don't agree for a draw, like nobody is offering, because it's still playable position. Also, the fact that Olga doesn't have good tournaments so far gives always some hopes for Mariya. Let's say maybe she will misplay something, you know, because you lose confidence. Yes, something what Dana was talking about before. Like if you have bad event, you kind of you start. You're not sure about your decisions. Like you become a little bit more vulnerable. So that's why maybe she keeps playing like and still tries to be tricky.
And speaking of that, it's important. Speaking of bad events, right? Elisabeth Paehtz started very badly, and it's extremely important that she won this game today.
Especially before the free day. Don't forget that tomorrow we're going to have the free day, and maybe there will be some program from the organizers, I heard. Let's see what will happen. We're actually in a very beautiful place. We're in Cyprus with interesting history. It's a very nice island, and I mean, you can go, you can check many things here. Just in one day, it's not that easy.
Absolutely. So if you're white, what do you do here? Without looking at the screen, because Olga just made the move.
Yes, she did.
Oh, she made your move.
Rook d7 or what?
Rook d7, yeah.
Yeah.
So you see.
Because I don't know, like it was only e4 and rook d7, right? I mean, there were not so many moves.
I have a suggestion. We should make the same, accuracy score for commentators, or like when the ones that you have.
90%, yes,
yeah,
or
exactly,
like
98% to accurate predictions.
Uh-oh, then I will be in trouble, you know?
No, but today it's 100% for you. What are you talking about?
No, joking. No, but normally I cannot leave the studio without blundering a couple of pieces. It's just not like. It's bad
It's
day,
impossible.
you know, in
Yeah,
the office. No, you have to.
You have to.
Again, I think it's very normal because we're playing 5 games at once. At the same time, we're not under such a huge pressure as the players in the hall. It's always difficult to play the real game, then to analyze it. We have chance to do the mistakes, and they don't.
And by the way, as you said yesterday, so it's as opposed to a real game when we would think it through and go. So when we are calculating, we're also blundering, right? So you calculate and then you say, oh, this doesn't work because of that and that, and we are doing all the same. Only we're showing every move, right? So
Exactly. So, but we should play rook b5, like inviting this rook to be placed on d8.
What else can we do?
Remember, we discussed it also. Like what else? King
f4?
King f4. Yes, you're right.
What's
king
the
f4.
problem with king f4 here?
King f4 just in order to stop king from coming to e5. Yes, I actually proposed the bad move. Rook d8, king f4 looks logical.
It is. It is logical.
Like if e5 is not possible, we just take on e6, d takes, just let's show. For those who forgot about en passant,
Very important. It even works.
it works here.
Yes, yeah, this really needless to even consider it because this is
Yeah, rook
just a dead draw.
g7, yes.
And so, king f4, what can be black's idea? So black can check and maybe try to put the rook here.
If we actually black could just force
Claiming-
draw just by
Yeah, but
by
we are assuming that black
repeating the
wants
moves, yes, but
to win, right?
yes,
Or
so
at
rook
least
e4.
try some chances.
Yes, it's possible. Like king rook e4 with the idea to play.
I'm not sure
Where-
what the idea is.
Yes, because you don't want to play king e5.
King e5 is actually losing, I
Yes.
think, and let's show how it loses. So this is a way to lose,
King e4.
right?
This is nice.
Just collect. You
Yes.
have to move. It's a zugzwang because once you have to make a move, and any move is a bad one.
Yes, that's why it's called zugzwang. Yes. yeah. No, this is crazy. How you can lose this position?
So king f4. If you check, we go back. You go here. So we can. No, we established that what we do. We go here or something. Yes.
I have feeling that it moves towards repetition sooner or later.
But
somewhere here.
just rook a5, yeah?
Yes.
King f4, rook a5, king f2, rook b5. Yeah, that's a very possible way to
Yes.
to finish it. And because it's really hard to make progress when you both players have their weaknesses, right? So d5 is weak, but so is e7, and so is g6 and e3. So it's like
And especially in rook sending, I have feeling that Mariya somehow gives up the idea to win this game, but maybe I'm wrong. Just think about it; it's gonna be her 5th draw.
yeah, but
in the
it's still,
tournament,
but
yes.
actually it's amazing to see that it's so easy to say, okay, it's a draw, let's go home, but she keeps on the 5th hour of play. She keeps trying.
She
keeps
keeps trying. No,
finding
she's a
ideas.
fighter.
So.
That's why she was the world champion. It's a title you don't win if you are not a fighter, right? I mean,
Absolutely.
So, I was there in 2015 when she actually managed to win and outplayed Natalia Pagonina in the last final round. But before that, she went through such a difficult net. Like she had to outplay also Hampi Kaneru in the semi-final. Like it was just crazy. Yes, so definitely, especially this format requires to be really brave and fight until the end. The format with knockout.
Yeah.
Yes.
You don't have a choice, right?
Yes, so you have to.
You will
For
eventually
some people,
have
it's
to.
actually easier, right? I mean, people who are like very friendly, like me, for example, and not against the draw results. I mean, the fact that you should play for victory no matter what, it kind of gives me extra strength. Yes,
Yeah, it takes away the doubt, right?
exactly. Like sometimes it's not bad. Like that's why I believe that it's good that we normally, like when we play chess, like draw was always like an option, right? Nowadays, it's hard even to offer draw. Like here, it's impossible, and before move 40, 41 even, I will say. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it plays to the benefit of the game.
Of the game, yes.
Yeah.
Most, first of all, yes, and
And to,
maybe to the players too, yes.
Exactly, saves us from self-destruction, right? So, so she did play rook d8, and you keep the 100% accuracy score.
today, yes, today we're in a good shape. We had some small breaks, yes, because we had very, very interesting guests. So I don't know, Alik, what do you think? Can we take a break here? Because let's say they will spend some time, and if they would like to finish the game, we will come back very, very shortly, very quickly.
Yeah.
So see you on the other side. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be finished very soon.
In a land bathed in light, two unstoppable journeys set sail for greatness. The road wasn't easy, demanding sacrifice, grit and unwavering commitment. But with courage and dedication, we rose to the top, with victory standing tall as our guiding lighthouse, illuminating the path ahead. We are Freedom 24. Born in Cyprus, we conquered Europe.
And I'm joined by Elisabeth Paehtz. Elisabeth, your first win in the tournament. Give me your thoughts about the beginning of the tournament, which hasn't gone too well, and today's game. You defeated Harika.
Well, actually, it's my first win in about 30 games against women. So it's like breaking a long, long streak. But the main problem was like that, okay, apart from the fact that I'm obviously in very bad shape, besides very like low of energy, I came here with allergy problems. Like in Germany we have the elder tree and I'm highly allergic to that. So it was crashing my immune system before I came. So I was very happy to come here to escape from it. But then I got sick because my immune system was already down. So I was suffering like some flu a couple of days. Today is the first day actually when I don't have pains somewhere. But in general, to be honest, like when you play such disastrous tournaments, I don't really care much anymore. So I decided to play some kind of bullshit line. I mean, my coach didn't even tell me to play this. But I thought like, okay, I mean, at least now it's time to have some fun and play some lines you usually would never do in your life, because objectively speaking, this line is not very good. But somehow, like, I was lucky that she confused everything.
Today it worked for sure. Tell us a bit about the opening.
Yes, it's like, I think it's called the middle gambit, even though you don't sacrifice anything. And in this line, basically here, the old move was queen e3. Some other move is queen d4. I tried this once, but here d5 is just like very good for black, at least absolutely no problem. And the latest fashion is the move queen d3. And after queen d3, obviously the strongest move here is bishop c5, according to the engines. But I think what she may have confused is like the line with d5. For example, like now you play bishop f4, d4, knight b5, and bishop b4 check, and this is a line which, according to the engines, is a forced draw actually. No, not knight takes d, king takes d. So after d5, e5, no, not e5, sorry. Bishop f4, d4, knight b5, bishop b4, c3 take, queen takes d8, king d8, and after b takes c3, bishop a5, long castle. Important move is bishop d7, and then it's actually a forced draw after f3, a6, knight d4. You take, and play bishop a4. But objectively speaking, like I didn't mind to have a draw. I would have just made a draw just to finish this, you know.
You had this line in your preparations as a possibility.
Yes, but I was sure that actually she wants to play for win, because if I was on the side of the other participants, I would definitely try with any color to play against me. So, I mean, let's be honest. So I didn't mind this. But of course, after bishop c5, which is the strongest move, bishop f5, f4, here the trickiest move is d6. And after d6, okay, there are different kind of lines. I would have chosen the most risky one, which objectively is just bad, but she has to know all the lines.
But then, surprisingly, she plays d5 here, and this is a blunder.
And d5, I was sure this can't be the move, because somehow, you know, like from the logical point of view, they play d5 when I can't play castle, long castle. So here I was sure that this was an imprecision. I was very upset that I didn't check it, but on the other hand, it's not so difficult because everything is more or less forced. And after the queen exchange and knight b4 long castle, she is just very bad.
So from here onwards, I checked your play, and it was fantastic, as expected, and you brought home the point quite convincingly, in my opinion. There was many different ways to go, but it seemed very well. So after this win, what do you expect from the second part of the tournament? Tomorrow is a rest day.
Yeah, to be honest, I expect nothing, because I mean, in general, like for me, this is like going to be my last year anyway, so at some point I wanted to leave the area or the arena of chess in style. I managed to leave it in a disaster, at least so far, but honestly speaking, I'm 40 years old now, and I'm objective. My energy level is not as it was before, and currently I'm also like into other businesses now. I have a very interesting phone call tomorrow. It may change something, it may not. But in general, I want to focus now on other things.
You did say on Twitter, on X, that this would be your last tournament in a while, but you didn't say anything about retiring. Are you considering stopping totally, or maybe just reducing your load of tournaments?
Well, actually, I just want to play for fun, which means like I may play in the leagues, because leagues is always fun. You're on the team, you're with friends. Okay, you can also earn some money, obviously, but I don't want to just play for the sake of being successful or something. Like, this is over for sure. And I will still play like some small event in August, like some round robin in women's section, like 6 games or something. But apart from that, I'm not planning anything. Rabbit and Blitz I will stay faithful with, because this is always a section where I still think I have some chances, but in classical chess it's over.
My last question, will we still see you leading, or at least forming part of the team of Germany in the main competitions like the Olympia and the World Team Championship, or that will you put aside as well?
Well, this year for sure I will put it aside, but I don't see much chances to return, because the situation now in the German Federation is not very good. I mean, we have big financial problems also, and the way it's handled I'm not very happy with, to be honest. Maybe it will change because we have new elections and everything, but at the moment I don't think like that I will return so quickly.
Thank you, Lizzie.
So while we were on a break, listening to Elisabeth Paehtz, who won today her game, the game between Mariya Muzychuk and Olga Badelka finished with a draw, as we predicted that most probably this will be the most likely, this result will happen. So let's just have a look and see the end.
Yeah, not much happened afterwards. Kind of along the lines of what we thought will happen. So after rook f8 check, king g7, Olga just moved the rook from to defend the pawn from the side, and after that it's just really nothing. No side can really make any progress. So
here, yes. So
well
they decided,
draw, yeah.
yes, to finish this game, and so as a result, we have like I think 2 decisive games.
Yeah, not
in
4
the
like
round.
yesterday,
No, but still.
and black won 1 and
Yes.
white won 1. So
the difference
much
is
more.
that Dana Muzychuk managed to win with black pieces today. So if we have the table ready, we can check first of all the pairings and the results. Once again, it was a draw between Divya and Deshmukh and Nana Dzagnidze. Interesting draw. Divya could probably play a little bit longer with this extra pawn, but still very logical result according to what was happening in the game. Then Stavroula Tsolakidou lost her game against Dana Muzychuk. Dramatic match, blunder at the end in the time trouble, which means Anna won 3 games in a row. Jiner actually finished first today. They made draw with Aleksandra Goryachkina quite early, but still it was interesting fight. Just that she found this perpetual check, right?
And you also discussed it with Vishy, right? What was his feeling about this position?
Yeah, he was thinking that maybe Jiner had some chances, but again, after checking it a little bit closely, it was not obvious for him. Olga, Badelka, now that you could see on our screens, they finished the game with Mariya Muzychuk the last today. And one more result, Elisabeth Paehtz won her first game in the tournament against Harika Dronavalli just before the FIDE. Really important victory for her, since she was suffering from the very beginning of the tournament. We could see the playing venue empty, only the arbiters were fixing everything, clocks and...
the first to come and the last to go, yes.
Exactly, yes. We could see the chief arbiter, Takis Nikolopoulos, very, very experienced and one of the best, of course, arbiters in the world, fixing and taking control over the playing hall. And now we can check the table. So
Anna Muzychuk, sole leader with 4 out of 5 in a fantastic 3 win in a row streak, which with very powerful play, of course. Jiner still second alone at 3.5 points. And then there is a group. There is Aleksandra Goryachkina with only 3 points on the 3rd place, and there is a group of 3 players with 2.5: Harika Dronavalli, Mariya Muzychuk, and Nana Dzagnidze on 50%. And is it the Mariya is the only player who has all the draws? Yes, she's still the only one who hasn't won or lost.
50%, very, very solid play from Mariya so far.
Solid, yeah.
Perhaps she had some chances in today's game, but really hard to judge, because you really need to analyze deeper certain moments in that game.
Dzagnidze-Deshmukh and Stavroula Tsolakidou with 2 points each. And
yeah, a little bit unfortunate for Stavroula, who started very powerfully, but then lost 2 games in a row. From +1, she suddenly has -1.
In such a field, it can happen, because really there are no days that you can rest and relax, right? Except for tomorrow, maybe, because this is a free day. But there are no more free days during the tournament.
I also wanted to mention that it was the first victory for Elisabeth Paehtz against Harika Dronavalli. According to their head-to-head results, Elisabeth has never won any game against her, even though they played so many games, more than 10 times in classical chess, obviously. So I think it's really, really important day for Elisabeth. Yes, so tomorrow we have the free day and also our viewers, but please don't forget that we still have 4 rounds to go, and we will be there with you watching the games and the finish of this tournament together with Alik. And so stay tuned and come back to us in 1 day later.
Use tomorrow's free day maybe for traveling here, yeah?
Of course, the weather is still good. Bye.